What's up, guys? We're going to be checking out some Path of Exile. Just going over the patch notes. It's not Worlds Adrift. You guys are looking for that. Gotta do this. Is that going to start going? That works. Relative uptime this time. Because like reopen all this stuff. So slow. Wonder how many people are going to show up for this. Be like, nope, nope. Subbed for Worlds Adrift. Subbed for Worlds Adrift.
The game says Worlds Adrift, by the way.
Shouldn't. Refresh.
Still says game Worlds Adrift on the stream. YouTube's like, no, you're a Worlds Adrift streamer, you son of a bitch.
I see what you're saying. Path of X. Okay, it doesn't like that. Path of Exile. Boom. There it goes.
Refreshing. Still says Worlds Adrift. Refreshing. Now it says path.
Oh, sure, I need to sign in here. Restream chat. Okay, now do we? This is how professional I operate. Alright, that should be working. Although I do need to
all I see is the black and white Vexa screen, by the way.
Yep, that's all that's up right this moment.
Okay.
I need to I need to switch some stuff. What do I need to do? I need to add the on-screen. See, I'm supposed to be doing this before, not now.
I didn't tell you to go online.
Hey. You just listen. Paste. Reference. There we go. This should work. It's good enough. Let's go. How do I do this? Transition. Get that out of there. Holy patch notes. So. Should see the stuff now.
I see it on your screen.
That's it's a lot of stuff. Don't know if you guys are interested in watching this. Got 5 people, you know, maybe it's somebody's interested. I can tell you that we got pretty high. I'm hardcore league player, like the risk of death, and made it to 93 last time we played, which was, what the hell was that called?
It was Legacy League.
Legacy League. Played a bunch. Played quite a bit. My characters are all hardcore. I usually delete it if they don't last. So got a pretty good experience in playing the game, and as does Atreides. So we're probably going to play the 3.0 at some point, and the patch notes just came out for the fall of Oriath, or as I like to call it, Pofu at this point, because they just messed up.
Yeah, Pofu. Yeah,
Pofu. Do you know Pofu? So, you guys are watching. Thanks for watching. It's going to be us going over the patch notes, and we have no idea. So, here we go.
Looking at a screen of text for
For a while, this is, I think, what he said, 30 pages or something?
You should control and scroll up.
Bum, 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 bum. What do you mean?
Like, hold the control button and then scroll upward so that it zooms in.
Oh.
Oh. Fills more of the screen with the thing that matters.
I guess. All right, so that was that. I don't know if you see if I switch between windows at all. Do you see that at all?
I have not seen that, no.
You have not seen it switch. So if I minimize, that works. I have not done a browser source yet.
Correct. You just minimized and it did nothing.
Did nothing.
I just still see that same screen.
Okay. All right.
This is good information to know.
Good to know.
All right.
So before, we were playing the 4 acts 3 times over, and now they've added 5 acts. Well, they've added 6 different acts, 5 through 10. So number 1, major new content and features. Added acts 5 through 10. Cool. You've played it.
In case you were wondering, yeah. In case you were wondering about how they do the cruel and merciless minus of elemental resistances, or I guess all resists.
Right.
There's a couple like bosses where it affects the whole world. Kind of like, remember in when you kill or when you go through Act 2, where it changes the whole world. There's a thing that happens in Act 5 that you minus 30, and then there's another thing that happens in Act 7 where you minus 30 again.
Cool. Okay.
So that's how that works now. There might not be Act 7, but that was a placeholder.
Right.
So I'm not exactly sure where the second 30% comes.
So the different acts, it was 4 acts, now it's 10, and a single playthrough to get to endgame rather than repeating the same content 3 times. Just huge. I think that's going to be a massive improvement. Totally.
Especially for hardcore players too.
Yeah, because we're playing the new stuff.
That was the thing that was easily the most annoying about playing hardcore, is that when you died, you had to play through the same thing 3 fucking times every time you died.
Yep.
Now if you hate Act 2 or something like that, you don't have to actually play it 3 fucking times every time you die.
Right. So
plus
that's gonna
the new shit's really cool.
Remove the cruel and merciless difficulty levels. It's going to be a single 10-act playthrough. That's what we kind of talked about. Add a new character selection screen. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah, because it's the you know how you were on the boat before? Now it's like you're at Oriath and you're getting judged.
I see.
Dominus.
Interesting. New feature, Pantheon system. I think we've seen this before, but best the ancient gods of Rayclast in battle, and you can claim a portion of their power. 4 major god powers and 7 minor god powers to be claimed in the fall of Oriath. Have 1 major and 1 minor power active at a time, and can return to any town or hideout to change which powers are active at no cost. Later, each power can be upgraded by placing a divine vessel map device before you defeat certain map bosses. So probably upgrade the difficulty.
So it doesn't upgrade the difficulty that much. Remember the unique boss mod thing where it's like the unique boss has more health and more damage and more. It does like all of the unique boss mod things.
I see.
So that's what that does. It's also that divine vessel is a rare drop that gets used up when you
consumable. So another currency item there.
Yeah, kind of a consumable, kind of. Yeah.
Might be a lesser, kind of like the fragments of different maps.
It is exactly like a fragment because it functions like a fragment. Like you put it into your map device when you do it.
I mean, you basically do the same thing with some of the other currency, but you usually just spend like chaos to do it. But yes,
the Pantheon system itself, I'm not all excited for. I think it's kind of cool, but for the most part, there's like a clear and obvious best for most situations. Minor or major god power, which is like the Brian King one,
right?
Which is if you have been stunned recently, so in the past 4 seconds, then you can't be stunned. So the main problem with stuns is getting stun locked, and that just like removes that. Same thing, and it's also you can't be frozen if you've been frozen recently, so you
Right.
can't get freeze locked. So that's like for most builds, that'll be like the main thing. So the other ones are kind of shit in comparison, unless you already have stun immunity. So that's like, but the thing that I think is really cool about the Pantheon system though is the Divine Vessel thing, because it like you actually have a reason to go do all of these other map bosses.
Right.
Whereas before you just get to Strand and then you only do Strand for the rest of the fucking game. Now that you actually have a reason to go through and do all these different
Kill different bosses. Do different
maps
maps.
that you otherwise would never have a reason to do.
And I think that you know, we're usually playing in a fairly, well, up to a large group. We've done somewhat large groups, so having the shared cost of the Divine Vessel might be good.
I don't know how it's going to work with the Divine Vessel shared cost, because you literally place it into your map device and then take it out of your map device and give it to Sin, which is like the new character that starts in Act 5. He like follows you around.
Oh, so it's not. So it's like one person.
Yeah, which might be really annoying for grouping, actually.
I see. That kind of means that, well, you'd play it through a bunch of times, which is what the game's about. But also, it seems kind of like Labyrinth in a way, that like on hardcore, like it's a thing you have to do to like get your character to par. Yeah. So could see a lot of that use.
There's like some of the, you know, the Brine King one is like, you know, now you do 50% more chill duration. So if you don't chill, like it doesn't matter. You don't have to fucking care.
True.
So there's some of them will be.
It's like a minor ascendancy then. Yeah. You know, like a minor kind of extra thing you need to do to buff your character to max power.
Yeah.
Cool. New feature, Help Panel. As you play, unlock Help Panel pages. Each panel will introduce a gameplay thing. So a little, not tutorial, but a little bit more help to get going, I guess.
I saw like an example of this, which is like the divination cards. If you have no fucking idea what, like, remember when I first started, I was like, what the fuck are divination cards? You can just be like, look at this fucking screen, and it like points out every little thing about what the divination cards are and do and what the point of them is.
And they just underneath that significantly updated the tutorial. It's integrated with new help systems, so it looks like they put a lot more work into the tutorial, which is good, especially because they're releasing on Xbox. And
true.
People will be spending a lot of time like, what key do I press? What button combination to get to this screen and do this thing? So, pretty good. Game HUD has been updated to Eclipse theme. I guess the new icon, which
I think it's like Solaris and Lunaris are on your mana and health bars.
Right.
Something like that.
The goddesses are back, which was a big thing.
Yeah.
And they changed it to Skull and something else. It's like 8. Yep. Added 8 Vol side areas with new bosses. Those were kind of I don't know if that's big.
That's not really a big deal. It's just like, you remember if you were in the sewers and got a Vol side area, you would get a sewers Vol side area. Now there's more parts of the game.
More areas, and so more side areas. Yeah. Interesting. That one's not major to me. So whatever.
It's pretty much irrelevant, yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very small. But it's fun to go through all the different ones. You know,
it's could like
be
chaining them
and get some loot. Added a passive skill tree planning system, so built-in skill tree, like.
Oh yeah. I saw that in the beta. You can kind of like there's a button. I think I don't remember 100% because I just use Path of Building, but I think you can like, you know, click all these different things, like click through it just like you would click through in Path of Building or POE Planner or any of those.
Right.
In the game itself, and you can kind of see how the pathing will work and like what level you'll need to be in, or how many points you need to have, or something like that.
Right. So something which is nice. Built in, which should be interesting.
Which it really needed that, because having to go outside of your game to figure out how to build your character is kind of annoying.
Right. Introduced new technology for rendering water. So they were kind of hyped about their water technology. So I guess that's
it looks cool. Like right when you first pop into the game, the water looked dumb before, and now looks better. It's woohoo.
Cool. Better water.
Skill gems.
New skill gems. Add our new intelligence skill.
Combine it with what's it called? The one where your minions explode before below 33%.
Right.
Minion stability, I think.
Yep. Minion stability.
So like double explosions with minions.
That's pretty cool. I like it. I was thinking of doing something ranged and or AI related, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So
this might be a way. Remember, you were looking for a way to kill your skeletons to trigger hotline loop and do all that stuff. This might be an interesting.
I'm not wasting time on that shit anymore. I promise.
No, fuck it. No.
No. Although I do have a another hey brave, hey silent stabber. I do have another thing that like my summoner, I could recreate the same thing. I know you guys want Worlds Adrift. This is madness. We're just talking about Path of Exile for a little bit. They've got so many patch notes, so some of this I'm sure we'll skim over, but I'm not sure, but we're gonna look at all this stuff and could be streaming Path of Exile and Worlds Adrift. We're not changing, like, not dumping the game, but so don't worry about it. Definitely gonna play. You might just have to, like, I might refine the streams to know, like, let you guys know when I'm killing a bunch of people in Worlds Adrift and when we're doing this. So, but this comes out Friday, so if we feel all hyped up, and Atreides has a lot of roommates that how are they feeling about playing on Friday?
On Friday, probably. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm pretty sure Solomon will play, but I don't know about Kevin.
David?
Probably not. He's been heavy into League recently.
Cool. Well, in any case,
talking to Maga too.
Maga High, yep. Might get him in. I'll message him tomorrow or something and be like, yo. So we'll see, because it was kind of fun running. It wasn't fast, but it was fun running with a large group.
In a group, yeah.
When, what was it, Legacy and whatever else came out.
At the very least, we can, like, teach Neil and stuff.
Oh yeah, if Neil wants to play. He might not be into it, which is, we'll have to cross that path.
Yeah. Hopefully he enjoys it, and, if he doesn't, then damn.
Yeah. We'll see. And yeah, I don't expect anybody to watch this from Worlds Adrift. This is, like, totally different game, and the PvP is not there, and it's more just like building a really stupid character. No, not even meta. Like, trying to poke through a different meta, which isn't meta at all.
Create our own meta.
Yeah, create something stupid, which is, not the best way to approach this. Even playing hardcore League is not the. You want to play this game for fun. Good luck. It's difficult.
So anyway, that's interesting. Like, doing damage to yourself, killing your own minions sounds like an interesting.
Well, it says either way. Either you have skeletons and it kills stuff. This is something Magai is gonna love, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, I got that. Like 4 skeleton totems and Dark Pact. Like, he'll be successful at doing stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the skeleton totems is the obvious way to trigger the
right
skeleton being created.
So
really interesting though.
If you control no skeletons in the targeted, so it's a targeted area, you will sacrifice a portion of your own life and deal greater chaos damage in a larger area. So a chaos damage over time, it's kind of like, it's not exactly it, but kind of like a firestorm, like an instant firestorm, taking some life and over an area of effect.
I wonder if you can mitigate that damage too. If it's like chaos damage to yourself, and you can. No,
I'm almost certain it's going to be
it's a
cost thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like blood magic. It may be life only too. In which case, my life-based summoner was super defensive. Yeah, super defensive. Like that character could have done a lot of the endgame stuff. I just got bored of it, so we'll see.
But that one sounds really interesting because you can do it either or even as both at the same time.
Right.
And that's that's really intriguing to me because you can and like sacrificing your own health might be able to trigger like because a lot of builds do like crazy stuff to try to trigger caster damage taken.
Right. And I'm sure if you had something like what is it? The Necromancer has the is it Necromancer or Occultist, where you get a percentage of your energy shield per minion per enemy killed or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So if you did enough damage, you could like one shot with this thing, hurt yourself to recover life, or whatever.
But that's the thing is that it would recover energy shield, not
yeah. So we don't know how that exactly works, but
yeah,
seems good. If it's life only, and they're usually when they say life, they mean your own life, meaning life, not energy shield. So I'm almost certain this is a life-based summoner skill. So we'll see.
Yep.
Next one, add a new intelligence skill gem, Stormburst. Channel to unleash a stream of projectiles, deal lightning damage, and always pierce through enemies. When you stop channeling, projectiles explode, dealing significant damage to the area around them. Additional projectiles are added in sequence.
So it's pretty much just like
machine gun,
lightning balls, and then when you let go, they all blow up. So that's
I like it.
It's another like cast while Xboxing.
Yeah,
skill. Yeah. Which it looks kind of cool, but it just seems like channel and then blow up instead of blowing up when they hit things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like piercing, and then it's can double dip damage. I could see slower projectiles coming into play, like if you want to stack a whole bunch of these all over the place,
right in a row.
Yep. And have the splash overlap.
But the slower projectiles means it's gonna be like really slow thing to.
Right, I was saying like if you come across a pack, you spam this out with like faster casting or some other crazy stuff, because usually lightning stuff is supposed to be fast casting. Where you can spray these out and then detonate them over an entire pack. So we'll see. Hey Gideon, what's up, man? Thanks for checking it back out. No, we're not playing Worlds of Drift, but going over the Path of Exile 3.0 patch notes just came out today. Not too long ago. Yep. Well, yeah. Whenever. I don't know if this time frame is correct, but very recently ago. A few hours ago, at least. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know if maybe when you stop channeling, projectiles explode.
Yeah, it's kind of like, did you ever play Blade Vortex at all? Or not Blade Vortex, so Blade Flurry?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot like that, where when you let go, all this stuff blows up.
Right.
It's like ball lightnings that blow up when you let go of the ball lightning button.
Yep. Okay. Is it straight? Does it shoot straight? That's something.
Yeah.
So it's just a straight line. Just a machine gun. Okay.
And it looks kind of cool and flashy, but it just
kind of
fairly dull to me.
It's kind of. I'm gonna look at it. I hope it's showing up on stream. I don't know.
What will?
The demo video of it.
It is not showing up on stream yet. Oh, now it is. You got it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it going very fast paced. It looks cool, I guess. It's alright.
It's just the channeling though.
Yeah. Like... Cast while Xbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could Nova it. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, yeah, you could Nova it.
In there, so.
That'd be kind of cool.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, yeah, the Nova with... Okay, maybe that'd be cool. Alright.
Yeah, whatever.
This last one, I have no idea how to fucking...
Alright.
It's really strange.
Add a new dexterity skill gem, Charge Dash. Channel to project a mirage forward in the direction you're facing. Release to teleport towards mirage. Deal an area effect damage multiple times along the way. Area effect grows based on the distance you travel, and the number of effects increase faster attack time. So this is a shield charge that is delayed action. That's it. Delayed action shield charge with larger AoE each step. It's like a explosion each step, an AoE each step.
Yeah, I wonder if this can be your main skill. That might be kind of be cool, but it's also you have to effectively stay still. I wonder how that would feel, where you're like you're staying still and then you charge forward and stay still and charge forward. Would that actually feel like you're staying still, or would you actually feel like you're moving?
It says channel to project a mirage forward. So you're channeling. You're standing there, you know, doing your thing.
Yeah, but like the moment you finish one, you're charging, you start charging another one. You know what I mean? So you're always kind of semi-moving around because your ghost is moving.
Right.
It has to be like fast, otherwise feels weird.
Hmm.
This one just I don't know how to react to it. It's also dex based, so I wonder if it's a spell or if it's an.
Correct.
It's because it increases with faster attack time, so I would imagine that it's some sort of attack.
It could be a new movement skill.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Oh, this might be like kind of a different way to do lightning warp as well, because you're staying in the same. So imagine this in like lab, where you're staying still and you have this like ghost where you're like putting it to where like my ghost
Where you
will
want to
be
go.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Placing it where you want it to, where you want to
Yeah.
go, rather than getting there first. You could, you know, I guess you can't cancel it, but you could potentially channel it into a wall and then pop up on the wall, you know, like in a safe
Yeah.
spot. Might screw you up as well, which all movement skills have that ability. I kind of like it being a channeled skill because I got really screwed by the blink arrow
Yeah. Yeah.
last Legacy League, so having something where I can channel it and release it, or I wonder if you can.
I wonder if you can control the direction of where you're going, or if it, or like once you start channeling, if you can move where the ghost will go,
Right.
or if it just you pick the direction and channel for a given amount of time. If it's the later one, the latter one, then I think that would be kind of lame.
This could be
But if you can
kind of
like kind of
fun.
like carve out a path of where your ghost will go, that could be kind of cool.
This with like Righteous Fire, some other AOE would be kind of
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
because
I wonder
you
because I
can
think your
move.
physical person is moving forward too.
Yeah, it says Mirage, so it's like another copy of you or something. Yeah, we'll see. It seems like a movement skill, um, which usually changes a lot in the game, and it also seems like an attack skill that, well, all movement skills were attacks, but it seems like you could have a fast attacking character that uses this as a, white pack killing type movement thing. Maybe. Depends on how fast it goes. It's really weird. Does it go at your speed? You know, does it go at your movement speed? Stuff like that
Yeah,
is.
and if it goes at your movement speed, then why would you care? Because like that's kind of slow.
Let's see if we can find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch the video here.
Yeah, it seems like the Mirage is pretty fucking slow. Maybe this is just. It looks like that was ledge, so.
It seems like your movement speed, but
With your own health bar.
right. So not as flashy as the other ones. Stormburst, the most flashy.
But it
Charge
doesn't seem like
dash.
it's doing that much damage. That could actually be kind of cool because it's kind of like a blood magic skill without needing the blood magic.
Right. Charge
That's kind of
dash
cool.
looks the lamest in my
Yeah.
opinion. So
I
whatever.
mean, maybe that's just slow somehow. Like maybe if you massively increase your movement speed or something like
It
that.
did
Then
seem to change with movement speed, but
from everything I've seen with it, it just looked fucking really lame.
like I
Like
can so imagine the meta where charge dash is doing just insane damage and moves super fast, and all you do is channel in the direction you're going. Like each strand run takes you 30 channels of this to like clear the whole thing. Like I don't know, it's kind of whatever.
yeah.
It's stand like there's a lot of these coming out, as I thought with Path of Xbox coming out.
Yeah, yeah.
Is
I knew it too. Like the two main, like, you know, ones are two cast while like Xbox, and then cast on your minions or cast on your person instead of like an interesting.
Which,
you know,
these are called skill gems, which I don't know if they should call them skill gems anymore, because there's not really much skill involved anymore. Whereas like positioning with other skills in the game was kind of a factor. You had to position yourself. For example,
one thing
Ethereal
is
Blades used to be directional.
Yeah, directional. Yeah, now it's just a Nova.
It's just a Nova. Like, okay, whatever.
Although they're nerfing the Nova of that to where it's gonna have there instead of 10, like it was before it was 10 in the directional, and then now it's 20 all around you, and they're nerfing it to 15 all around you. So there's gonna be actual gaps in the
does
knives.
Not gonna matter.
Yeah, probably
won't hit as much stuff. Okay, whatever. Casting, it's random.
Yep.
It will slow you down slightly. That's the only thing. All right. A lot of new support gems. Just going to go over the name. Ignite Proliferation. Ignite will also affect other nearby enemies. I like that. One Ignite will do its damage over time to multiple enemies.
But like, here's the weird thing, right? There was already an Elemental Proliferation support gem. So like, what the fuck is this?
That didn't do the same thing. Elemental Proliferation, if you hit somebody or hit a mob and it takes 2 seconds out of 4 seconds of ignite damage, it takes 2 seconds of ignite damage, and another mob walks into that radius, that other mob takes the remaining 2 seconds of ignite damage. So
okay, so it's kind of like a burning ground for your whatever proliferation.
Right. So this is kind of you ignite something and it applies your full ignite. It sounds like it to anything in the same area. It's like an AoE ignite.
Yeah.
So it's pretty.
Sounds okay.
This kind of thing would be huge for explosive arrow, because you usually don't have a high ignite chance. But if your ignites the whole
with explosive arrow in particular, one of the gems that you can do is the ignite gem, like just the straight up just ignite support gem.
Yep.
It's gonna show up later on because it's not a new support gem, but
right.
Spoilers. It's a multiplier on your fire damage, so it's like more fire damage and 50%.
And they've buffed ignite, if I remember. They've buffed it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. They kind of buffed / nerfed it.
Right.
Depending on how you want to look at it.
Buff in terms of lower investment.
Yeah.
You can make it much more powerful with less direct investment. So. All right. Cool. Chance to bleed support. Give your skills a chance to inflict bleeding. Okay. What skills? Can my frostbolt bleed? No, I'm sure bleed is only caused by physical. And
I think you can give all of your skills chance to bleed, but then it won't do any physical damage, so your bleed doesn't matter.
Right. So you would either have to convert damage to physical, or, this I like. I think it's cool for That's interesting. I could see this for minions. You could add it to minions where the minions bleed stuff, like your skeletons, for example.
Yeah, but the thing about minions is that they're gonna multiple things hitting it at the same time. By the way, your stream is going fucking crazy right now.
I mean, yeah.
It's like, what's the packet loss on it? Like
28%. Yeah, it goes really bad there.
It's going in and out, like.
Yep. It's usually at like 10. So there's nothing I can do. They're supposed to come out tomorrow, so 10 a.m. maintenance is scheduled. And if not, then I'll keep hammering them. And if not, then I'm moving out of here in end of month anyway. So I think the audio still comes through, but I'm not sure. If the audio keeps chopping out, then.
No, I don't know if it does because I have it muted.
So, whichever. This is not you know, this is for whatever. Like you know, if you guys are watching, thank you. But you know, on that, like, one watching, which I think is you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
he says
Gideon's
sometimes
here.
the audio does and sometimes it doesn't.
So
I don't know. Weird.
yeah, man. Sorry. I think you saw it when this popped up. This is usually 10% drop frames, and it's down to 25%. So
That's like really bad. Just give them
yes,
like, oh man, I would be so fucking pissed.
I am immensely pissed. Like, I just started to, like, you know, seriously go into streaming, like seriously get it done, seriously do it, and this happens. But luckily, again, moving end of the month. So all right, let's focus on just continue on. You know, the video,
Yeah,
yes, chops out. The audio is less likely to you know, cut out. Although at 25%, that's likely.
cutting
Anyways,
that too.
yeah, whatever. So
Yeah,
chance,
chance to bleed just seems lame to me because it's a whole support gem. Maybe if it like also it has a small like physical damage multiplier, then that'd
mm,
be kind of cool. But just straight up like 50% chance to bleed on this hit, like who cares?
uh, I can see it mattering though, especially although they did change how bleeds work. Some of the really high physical damage, like the War Chief Totem, that's 2 million DPS or whatever, million DPS War Chief Totem build. If you could also bleed on that, probably not worth it, but whatever. It's an option. This is a
Yeah.
so far. This is not. There's nothing new here. It's just like, okay, Ignite will do something different. Okay, Bleed will do something different. And the next one, Lesser Poison support gives your skills a chance to inflict poison. Is just okay. Now you can try poison. There's no. I don't see anything like.
There was already a poison support, so it's kind of like lesser multiple projectiles versus greater multiple. I think lesser poison gives you, if I remember correctly, it like gives you flat chaos damage, so you can have like chaos damage support gem and also lesser poison, which will give you a little bit of poison chance, and then also even more flat chaos.
Okay.
If I don't remember that 100% though.
All right. Yeah, lesser poison skills chance to inflict poison. Okay. You know, whatever. If it gives you a little bit extra chaos damage. I just don't see these things like being massive game
Yeah.
changers to stuff yet. Again, it could be different. It's so hard to tell until you slot them in and try. But
So deadly ailments.
deadly ailment support causes ailments from supported skills to deal more damage, causes skills themselves to deal less. So
That's interesting. I
you
don't
know,
know if it's ever going to be good, but that's kind of what they're going for. It's like if you want
or ignite more poison in more bleed.
that could be kind of cool for called, what was that, like heavy bleed or heavy poison toxic strike or something like that? What was it called?
Viper Strike,
You
yeah.
get it, Viper strike. There we go. That could be cool with that.
Yeah, that would be perfect for that because you stack so many poisons that you burn enemies with the poison themselves. That build that I made was insanely powerful and it was not geared out. So
Yeah.
to buff that even more, it did have an issue with finding the right gem slots. You know, so I
Yeah.
could see this being a huge increase because you're doing like 5 times the damage with the poison as you would do with the actual hit. So, you know, multiplying the poison versus the hit is a big deal. So yeah, I could see that with Viper Strike. Could buff it even more. It was
Yep.
a decent build. I didn't hate it. Just didn't play it all the way to full gear.
Plus, all of the poison support stuff in your tree is going to be better. Like they kind of nerfed how good the like um poison passive nodes were because poison was already so crazy, but without the double dipping stuff,
Yep.
poison's nowhere near as crazy. So now they buffed it. So Viper Strike indirectly gets a huge buff.
What's that character's name? Because I think I might have deleted it if it died. I don't think it died. I don't
I
know.
don't know if it died.
Yeah, it must have died. Died.
Decay support is remember the Decay Essence Craft? It's pretty much that.
Supporter's kills also deal chaos damage over time.
It's the Decay Essence Craft
Essence crafts. Okay.
on a support gem. It's pretty much that is what it is.
So all these news, I don't know about new, but added it's like a new used car.
Yeah. That said, it's pretty. They nerfed it during the beta because it was so good. Like they were, like tons of skills were just like saying, just find a way to inflict the decay on as many things as possible. Like
right.
Like they were doing like a poison based, or not poison based, but chaos damage based flame blast builds and stuff like that using decay. Which was working so well that they nerfed it.
I kind of like this one for. I actually do like the decay essence craft. So if this works very similar or the same, I do like that. I like the option to just poke everything once and then it dies over like 2-3 seconds. I really like that, kind of thing. So like a Nova of Ball Lightning, Ball Lightning Nova that also does decay and like eventually kills everything off, or Ethereal Knives Nova that also, that's kind of what I was doing when I switched to Poison, that also then applies decay. It was kind of fun. It's not super meta like fast, but it was interesting. I like that kind of stuff where
the main issue with all dot based things is if it takes a couple seconds to kill everything and you're already past all of that stuff, then you're like thunk and you're like, oh, I got a
go back.
Big ass drop, I gotta go back.
Yep. So a front casting ability is probably something I'm going to do. But all right, next one, efficacy support. Causes supported spells to deal more damage and last longer.
So like what?
Increased duration and damage. So
it's pretty much like duration support gem?
Lesser / greater, more duration, or increased duration. Increased duration is what it's called.
Oh, so it's but it's only spells, right?
Yes, spells to last longer. So what's a spell that needs a longer duration? Chaos damage over time, essence drain. Essence drain would definitely enjoy it.
Yeah, it'd be perfect for essence drain.
Even contagion, which is the AoE that it spreads. So
yeah, so pretty much essence drain is like the biggest one that you think of off the top of your head.
Yep. The last longer thing. Spells. I could see this actually used. This one I like a lot because I'm thinking about it now. I could see it used for a lot of like blink arrow, mirror arrow builds where your minions you want them to last longer and do more damage, and like scale the minion damage for that.
Would a minion spell be considered a spell?
It's a spell that.
It is a spell?
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe not.
I think they are considered spells, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we'd have to check that.
See if they're tagged as spells.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other things that last longer. This would be good for Rain of Fire and Fire Trap.
Oh, for Firestorm.
Firestorm. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Rain of Fire. Yeah, Firestorm. I think that was Diablo. Rain of Fire.
Yeah, Firestorm builds would just.
Firestorm. Yep. These are like the, off the top of the head things, but there's probably some underlying stuff that can come out of this. I just like that it's flexible across a lot of different. It's not upfront interest, like does more damage, lasts longer. Okay, well, how does that interact with anything? Maybe you can have multiple versions of your mirror arrows, stuff out, or your blink arrow out if they last long enough. So
So next one right there, another Viper Strike. They're just wanting to make Viper Strike OP.
Causes you vile toxin support causes you to deal more damage to poisoned enemies and more damage with your poison. Yeah, that's like the Viper Strike support gem, or the
Yeah.
what's it called? The jewel socket. The
Oh yeah, it is just like that. The
threshold
jewel.
threshold. Yeah, causes you to deal more damage to poison enemies and more damage with your poison. Well, Viper Strike. You could use that one in the deadly ailments to do like 1 damage per hit, but your poisons are just going insane. So interesting. Okay.
I wonder how does it that doesn't double dip, right? It's like more hit damage to poisoned enemies. It has to be.
Yeah, the base poison is based off of the hit, but then
No, not anymore.
in this case, then if not anymore, then yeah, then it doesn't matter. You'd want to just poke something with a needle,
But
and it dies.
this also brings up something that's really important. Is that that is true for you, that your poison is not based on your hit, but it's also true for monsters. So like let's say there's a chance to poison map mod now. That means that like lets you have infinite fucking armor and endurance charges and basalt flask and everything else, right? If you get hit by something, the physical damage you take is fucking dog shit, right? Because you have so much physical mitigation. But it fucking poisons you now, which the poison's like legit as fuck because it is irrelevant how much damage it initially did.
Okay.
So like chance to poison is a real map mod now. Again, if you're
Makes
not
sense.
CI.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Which is cool. That I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. Should be put you more on edge for sure.
Yep.
Okay. Maim support. Give your attacks a chance to maim, slowing the enemy's movement. Okay. Like maim just reduces enemy speed by like 30% or something. So
I think that this matters. There's like maybe assassin or something like that. That if something is maimed, then you do stuff to it. I forget.
Right. But usually
but
that's built into the attacks you're using or the weapon.
Yeah, but that it maybe some build somewhere would want that doesn't have the ability to maim and now can maim that as an assassin or something. Let me bring up Path Building real quick.
Yeah. I just don't see this as a big one.
Yeah, it seems really boring, but it might have some uses somewhere.
The only thing is like trying to slow an enemy.
30% skill effect duration if you killed a maimed enemy.
Right.
Which
so you could link that into
your shield charge.
Your movement skill,
so
right?
Yeah, so you could maim things, and you don't need to worry about maiming stuff anymore.
Right.
Like, so that might be cool.
I think it opens up more builds, especially for that.
Yeah.
Because
for assassin.
You only had a few items that would maim before. Now you can like try everything.
Yeah.
All your attacks. So, thing like this is, if you did have a dedicated support, some weird support that threw down a totem that has maim on a, maiming a boss that's fast. Now it's much slower, and so you can, handle it a lot better.
It seems like it's bad and not very interesting.
It's not, but
I could see sometimes maybe some uses for this.
Right.
In really weird niche scenarios.
Yeah. Next one, Immolate support grants added fire damage against enemies that are burning.
So this one actually, there is no added fire damage gem. Remember that? Because the added fire damage gem is like a multiplier on physical damage.
Right.
So this is an actual straight up added fire damage support gem, which might be interesting.
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot of Immolate support builds. I was just like, because I'm subscribed to a lot of different people.
Yeah.
This was a thing that people were building around a lot, kind of like Decay.
Yeah, I could see this with Burning Ray, I think that's called.
Scorching Ray?
Scorching Ray. Scorching Ray, where, Scorching Ray totem, or having a couple Scorching Ray totems that you then get added fire damage from your main skill. Obviously, like Righteous Fire with Righteous Fire totems. So there's a lot of things that trigger that. Just fairly direct in its application, I believe, since the thing has to be burning. It says added fire damage though, so it's not percentage; it's added. So there's going to be your.
I think that's pretty powerful usually.
Yes, usually that's much more powerful because you can scale off of the added initially. It depends.
MAME support, it okay, so MAME support is actually really good. So you MAME, but you also supported skills deal more physical damage, and you have a chance to MAME on hit, and enemies maimed by supported skills take 20% increased physical damage.
Okay.
That's good then.
So it's a mix. It's like a. You don't want to like create the most damage. You might get the utility out of it as well.
But like the take 20% increased physical damage, that's a multiplier. So you could just put that on your like,
it's
shield charge.
Increased. Yeah.
But it's take increased, so that's a
oh,
multiplier.
I see. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, pretty good.
So MAME support actually
could be good.
It sounds lame.
They don't have all the details here, so
yeah.
You know, seeing on the wiki what all these are.
That's why I'm just looking stuff.
But there's so much stuff to go through, so
yeah.
We can come back if we want to check out some of those. Immolate, we checked that. Added fire damage against burning, which is I don't know. Burning. There's only a few sources of reliable burning, so burning or scorching ray.
And yeah, it's just a straight up flat added fire damage, but it's supported skills, so that could be attacks or spells, by the way.
Yeah.
So, but that past that, yeah, doesn't really. It's not tagged as anything other than support, so it can literally do any you can add that to literally any spell in the game.
Right. All right.
Or any skill gem. Anyway.
Unbound ailments amplifies the effect and duration of elements supported skills. Essence string. Amplifies a multiplier. Effect and duration of ailments. Status ailments, so not essence drain. That's
no, but I think poison does work with it because I think that's now an ailment.
Right. Okay, Viper Strike is again rearing its head. I don't know. I think
so yeah, it says increased duration and increased effect of ailments, not necessarily damage of ailments, but an effect. So like, this would be really interesting. And one of the ailments is shock, so you could have a more powerful shock.
Ah, that's pretty good. That's
or
been
longer, or more, like a more powerful chill or longer chill. That's actually interesting.
That's been that has been, especially the shock one, has been a thing. Shock is almost useless later on in the game if you don't specialize into lightning. So
well, I mean,
really. The point, no, if you don't do more than 5% of the enemy's health, it never gets shocked. You know, just like doesn't ever get frozen. And so
unless you crit.
But it means that you rarely ever get another attack in during that time frame. Like while it's only 300 milliseconds or something at the minimum.
Right.
So you rarely get another hit in. Whereas if it's lasting longer, maybe you can get it where it's lasting a full second, even though you're doing the minimum 5%. Well, that's going to boost your whole group and boost minions. So I kind of like it in the sense that it can increase shock. Because shock has been very
crap.
You either have it with Vol Lightning Trap or you don't. Like there's no other reason to run like a secondary skill that applies shock or something.
Or you're already shocking everything because your skill is like Vol Spark or something like that.
Right. With mass crit. So.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Brutality support cause you deal significantly more damage or more physical damage, but no other types of damage.
Pure physical. So added fire would do nothing.
Which would be perfect for my bleed, dude.
Yep.
Significantly more. How much more?
It's like 59%. It's like really high. Like at max.
That would make
It's like,
that viable then.
yeah,
That would make the cyclone thing viable.
I'm looking it up here.
Oh, but no other types of damage.
So like you
Physical is a
deal
bleed damage, is physical damage, so no other,
no other fire, ice, lightning, or
which
chaos damage at
that
all.
build didn't do at all, so that's pretty cool.
Oh well, I mean you did some if I was like
If there's a
what's
support,
it called?
yeah.
Support, yeah.
In which case, that's just a gem swap. It's a red one. It's a red strength support gem, so it's just
Yeah.
swap to added fire, like whatever. But I like the option of going into it more, although this turns a lot of War Chief totem builds into just more War Chief totem build. This is great.
Yeah.
So, okay. Ruthless support. Makes every third skill deal significantly more damage and stun for longer.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's 54% more physical at top levels.
Okay.
Which is really fucking high.
Yep, that's huge.
Anyway. Ruthless, yeah.
Every third skill deal significantly more damage and stun for longer.
I saw some builds based on this where it's just like, you know, you get like infinite stuns.
Yeah, stun lock
Stun
in.
based builds. And they were even stunning like bosses and rares and stuff using this.
Yeah. Every third skill, so you could either go something fast or I wonder how that would work with like Cyclone.
Oh, think about it, right? There's the obvious combination with what's it called? Multi-strike.
Maybe, but multi-strike is usually repeats. It's not a skill activation each time. It's a repeat. But I don't know.
Every third skill, but I think it like duplicates the skill. You just don't have to cast it.
But for example, like channeling, you only cast that once. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas some other channeling ability might be maybe that new lightning one is each time it triggers a skill. It's weird.
Oh shit. So I'm reading it here. At level 1, supported melee attacks have a 30% chance to deal a ruthless blow, which does the longer thing. But ruthless blows with supported skills deal 75% more melee damage.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So like every third hit, you get a 75%.
So it's each hit, not third skill. But they had to word it weird.
Ruthless blows. Yeah.
So it makes it so every third hit you get this much more. That's again good for the brutality and ruthless.
Yeah.
Immediately
and, like you can
overpower the what's it called? The more melee damage multipliers.
Yeah.
From my Cyclone build, they're trying. They're like, play it again.
Can you imagine just like dragging along all those things that are just permanently stunned? Like you have like 75% chance to block, but nothing ever hits you.
Yeah.
Because it's permanently stunned.
And that extra 75% more damage on that hit is the bleed, you know.
Oh yeah, good point.
So it's like much.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Much heavier. Fuck.
That's pretty good.
Like if they buff it enough, you know, then it works because if the damage can't outpower, you know, that was the issue. I was like, there's no way I can deal enough damage and risk death in that one tier 15 map with that build.
Yeah.
The damage over time was so huge. But if I can Pantheon support against these things and do enough damage where it's actually burning through enemies, you know, because I tried all sorts of different ways to kill those guys, but they were just doing too heavy damage to warrant staying in the fight. So
right. So
right.
Yeah, ruthless and brutality are really, especially ruthless. Like stun has been like kind of shit on for a long time.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of it.
Yeah, like this is an actual like good way to actually stun things reliably. And the obvious inclusion of like for non-cyclone builds, like the multi-strike is just, it pairs with it so well.
Right.
Like I could see a really easy like brain dead easy just any character in any melee character. So like what's it
Well,
called?
Ruthless says
Duelist.
damage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or damage. That would be great for that Aura's Flicker Strike build as well if it's just more damage. Because you use multi-strike with that, so every third hit would be massive.
Yeah.
So, and you're attacking so fast, so.
The thing I didn't realize that though, but like the bleed, the fact that you're the one time you bleed, like you'll override with a way bigger bleed.
Right.
Like that's pretty cool.
And you won't, ever undercut it. It will just last for its duration. Which there's some changes to bleed, but I don't know. We'll look at that eventually.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's the obvious onslaught support. I think this is like the stupidest and dumbest support gem because there's so many better ways to get yourself onslaught.
It's like Legacy League. You just pick your onslaught whenever you want it.
Yeah.
Gives a chance to gain onslaught on kill, causing you to have increased movement, attack, and cast speed.
Let me see if there's like an onslaught. If there's like if you get a better onslaught or something like that.
I kind of like this. There's a way to do stuff with that. I do kind of like it because I like stuff that will make you consider using a secondary attack. Splitting up.
That makes sense. Yeah, I forgot about that. The secondary attack thing.
So you could have your main stuff that's blowing everything up and like drop a totem that finishes off like a stray mob, and then maybe you get a chance to. I don't know. This would also be good for totem builds in a way, where if you either have if you're running two different like Ancestral Protector and Ancestral Warchief totems, if the Protector gets a kill, you potentially get Onslaught, which makes you attack. All your attacks then go faster, and you're moving faster, so your totem, you can move to the next pack faster.
Yeah, maybe, but that's the thing is that there's so many ways to get Onslaught.
Right.
Like a whole.
There's a flask. Yeah.
There's a whole fucking flask for it.
So it does kind of.
And it's only a 25% chance to grant Onslaught on dealing a killing blow with this supported skill.
So
who knows? You can't even just. It's like you have to kill the thing. Like this just seems shit to me.
I don't think it is. Onslaught, like cast speed is hard to come by.
Yeah,
and lightning skills need more cast speed, so triggering it through a damage over time effect like decay with some fast attacking lightning skill. I don't know. It's just at first glance it's like, yeah, there's a lot of options, but having it happen passively could be good. Who knows?
So the next one, Arcane Surge.
Yep.
People were going fucking apeshit about this for a little bit because supported skills.
Spells, yep.
Spells. It used to be skills, so you used to be able to put this on the shield charge and just shield charge everywhere, which gave you more spell damage as just a buff. So you get to have like a pseudo 7 link all the time.
Right.
But now it's only in spells, which is a lot harder to come by. Like you can't just do it on shield charge and whirling blades.
Grants some mana regeneration, so okay.
Arcane Surge.
Kind of like Incinerate. Takes a lot of mana. Mana regen's a big deal. Usually don't. It only because it's a channel. Like I could see this going for a lot of channeled spells. Because it only triggers this buff initially once you press that button and do a bunch of damage, and then you stop channeling to move to the next pack while you have more mana regeneration, that kind of thing.
Oh, here. So here's what this looks like, right? Gain Arcane Surge when you spend a certain amount of mana, like a flat amount of mana with the supported skill. So you can't just like, I use the skill once and it costs 0 mana because I have no mana costs for whatever reason, and now I get this buff. So you have to expend a certain amount of stuff with the supported spell.
Okay.
And then you get like Arcane Surge gives you 10 to 17 more spell damage, or then 10 to 17 more cast speed, and a percentage of your maximum mana regenerate per second, 0.5 to 1%,
Okay.
and it lasts for 4 seconds. That maybe there's a way to like make that interesting, but
I just see it as a
seems like a thing to add to like lightning surge or lightning. What is it? Lightning warp. Lightning warp.
yeah. Yeah.
If you happen to like be using that.
Kind of. It's not really interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of just boring.
All right, new unique items. 24 new unique items, which are game changers to Path of Exile.
And we have no idea what they are, and they won't tell us. There's a few that they released information on. I'll like find them and link to you, but we can.
The addition of 24, I forget what they added in the last like leagues, but depending on how they've added them, some of them are like low level, some are mid level, and every now and then there's a few like build defining ones. And usually, I would say 24 sounds pretty big from what they have usually released. In which case, I would say
that's pretty much normal. Like that was pretty much how many there were for like Breach League.
Oh, okay.
So
we're gonna see 3 to 4 build defining uniques.
Yeah, there's like one for traps, like specifically made for trapping, which is like kind of been shit on recently. And I showed it to Kevin, and Kevin thought it was pretty cool. But here's one that's really, really cool. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. It basically makes your energy shield temporary. Like it will always start at 0, and then once you are at full health, then your any life leech that you have now applies to your energy shield instead. So it gives you this like big chunk of energy shield based on. Yeah, I'll just find it really.
Okay, like the that one gladiator build you did. Gladiator Ascendancy kind of like switches that to energy shield. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it, but whatever. I think it's a good unique if that's the case. I know what you're talking about. But we're going to see 5 items designed by supporters. So all the people that have supported the game with lots of money get to design their own items. Great. 6 items for the Harbinger Challenge League. Harbinger Challenge?
Yeah, that's the challenge league to come with this. Have you not heard about that yet?
Nope.
It's kind of like strong boxes. Basically, they're all kind of like strong boxes, really. But you could like look that up really quick. It's
the Harbinger Challenge League.
Do you have it pulled up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually does seem kind of cool. It's strong boxes-esque, where there's like these like super packs of monsters that are like super strong and get like buffed by whatever Harbinger they're on. You don't actually fight the Harbinger directly. You instead fight whatever the like their pack of minions, and then the Harbinger gets killed based on you killing the minion. And that those minions get like supercharged cool abilities. But there's like this weird like mystery thing to it where the Harbinger is all like they talk like a
could be another boss and endgame boss.
Yeah, there's like this
usually that's the case. It's it's like another shaper.
That could be an interesting boss encounter where there is no actual boss. You're just fighting like waves of really strong and cool enemies.
Yeah.
That'd be a different type of boss encounter.
That sounds amazing to me. Like I would love to see something that gets harder and harder where like you have to get yourself out.
Yeah.
Like you actually never can beat it. You just
can never win. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
That would be cool.
Like especially in hardcore, like how fucking high can you get before you get
exactly. Like people pushing their like luck, trying to go further.
Like I went to wave 76. How did you get?
And like, I went to say, 75, but I left and I didn't die at 76 like you. Like,
Yeah.
good luck on your reroll.
That would be really cool if they did something like that. I doubt it, but
I
like
mean, that sounds totally in line with what they could do and like have what people are like, they want an endless strand kind of, people have talked about, like have it be a boss fight where it's not just mindless. You have to consider getting out at some point.
Yeah.
At some point you are getting swarmed by mobs with health, the level
But
of
you
bosses.
also, it could work like the Breachstone thing where like you could have to put in a lot of investment. Like imagine like the Chayula Breachstone, like it's a fucking ton of investment. And if you don't get your return out of it, then you're gonna feel bad. So it's gonna push people to actually like go further and
that's good too,
more dangerous. That'd be really cool.
So let's see.
Oh, but here,
new foe, harbingers, create and command monsters, empower with their own abilities. So harbingers, a little. It's like a shadowy necromancer, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, new currency shards, chaos shard.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different like instead of it's kind of like imagine divination cards but for currencies. So you can get a Mirror of Kalandra shard.
Interesting.
And there's also a couple new currency types. So like there's one where you can upgrade a tier 1 map to a tier 2 map. That's like that's a new currency. There's one where you increase the quality of a strongbox, which I think is a really fucking annoying currency to exist in the game because now we have to care about it.
Yeah.
What's the other ones that I saw? Reroll a map. So like reroll a.
Yeah, I see this all here. I'll go
through. See them all?
Yeah,
okay.
Went through some of this. Different unique items. Unshattered Will. Summon Harbinger of Focus skill. Okay, so you can do your own, summon your own.
Oh yeah, you summon your own Harbinger. I don't know what the fuck that does, but.
Challenges. Supporter pack. Coming August 4th, which is in.
And these are the new. I just linked in stream chat. The new uniques. There's a few uniques that they've released. Soul Tether is the one that I find to be really interesting.
All right, I'm not gonna look at it just yet, but.
Yeah.
Minor new content, new vendor recipe. Okay, people check that out. 36 new achievements. Cool. Okay, yeah, not a big achievement person. Connect to a gateway in Japan to play Path of Exile. Okay, well if Voodoo ever wants to play, sure.
That's good.
But probably
new vendor recipe. That actually sounds like like imagine if there was no chaos or like chromatic vendor recipe or whatever. Like the new vendor recipe could actually be a big deal.
Yep. New game client now plays the animated Grinding Gears game's logo on startup while loading. Can be skipped once. Okay. Xbox issue there. Grinding
right.
logo while loading Xbox.
Yep.
PC doesn't care about that. PC just waiting for it to start. Made further improvements to the loading speed, memory usage. Monsters now use a new method for pathfinding, which is less of an impact on performance. I didn't know that was even a thing, but okay. Support for camera zooming out automatically at specific events, which is, I've seen part of that, like in some boss fights, they zoom you out.
Oh, no, yeah, in certain boss fights, they zoom you out. There's a couple boss fights that zoom you out, and there's also like a particular area where you're like kind of climbing a thing in Act 5 where it zooms out your camera so you can see more.
Cool.
Yeah, it like took me by surprise, but it was actually kind of cool looking.
Yeah. Item filters, you can play a positional sound. Cool.
Oh, really?
So you know how far away it is, if it's in front of you or behind you would be.
Yeah, that's really fucking nice. That's really nice.
Everybody's going to benefit from that right there.
Yeah. So you don't just like, where the fuck did did that really cool sound come from?
Yeah, or you're like, really we're in lab and like, something dies to a fire trap somewhere in the map. Yeah. It's like, fuck.
You know the general direction.
Yeah, you'll know. It's like, okay, it's to the left. So, cool. Sound is now played. Oh.
Sorry, I was just looking. I was reading down. Go ahead.
Sound is now played when you use a cartographer's seal on a map.
Yeah, before you just.
It just happened and you didn't.
Did it and you didn't know there's no sound effect.
Okay, so. Minor. Warning message: when attempting to put a labyrinth enchantment on an item that already has an implicit mod, that was well.
Yeah,
Everybody
lots
was
of people
freaking
complain
out.
about that shit.
Yeah, like I didn't know it removed the implicit.
Yep.
So that's good.
That's really not that obvious too. So
Right.
cheating that will be good.
Yep. Usually, if you had something that was implicit, like 24% increased elemental damage on your bow, and you went to get a labyrinth enchantment, that you could get one on your weapon, but for the sake of this, it would overwrite that 24% increased elemental damage.
Spiked gloves. That's like the most common thing.
Right. So.
Like where you melee damage on your gloves.
9 non-specific currency slots on the currency stash tab. Thank you very much.
Fucking god damn it! Thank God. That is so annoying.
Yeah.
Like
here's all this new currency, and buy my new currency tab. That is not the currency tab. Like fuck.
Yeah.
I bought the currency tab because it said currency on it.
Yeah, I was using actually 9 is a lot. That's pretty generous to be honest.
Yeah, that works. It's enough.
Because like
they should always cover enough in that currency stash tab for each league. You know, whereas
yeah.
You know, where you have enough for the league and like a couple extra things that you're interested in. Because before, like when it was Breach, and we had like all those slots taken up by that, but then you couldn't have other currency stuff in.
No Parandus. You could never like. What
exactly.
the fuck do I do with my Parandus?
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
It's good to have more in that regard.
Plus, sometimes you get more than 5,000,
right?
And you have no idea what to do with it.
Divination card stash tab now loads the card art in the background, so uses a freeze that some people would get opening it. Cool.
So bug fix.
Master audio volume slider. Did they not have one?
I thought they did, but apparently it was just individuals.
Weird. So you can lower game volume if you'd like. In the game, keeping UI and other things. Yep. Item filters can now play a much larger array of sounds when items drop. So they've added new sound to the item filters.
I was listening to them, and some of them were like really, like the exalted drop sound is like really loud and epic sounding.
Right.
The other ones sound pretty cool. Like they're good sounds.
Toast notifications are shown for Atlas map completion, so you get a little pop-up, I guess.
Toast notifications. What the fuck is a toast notification?
I think it's like a pop-up. You know, like when you get a Steam message in the bottom right of your screen. Like I think that's what it's called, a toast notification.
Oh,
like
okay.
You get an achievement. You know, yay! A little flag comes up.
Oh yeah. I
think that's what it is, but
that would make some sense. It would be good to get like some feedback that you have.
Like a little pop-up that you've completed the Atlas map objective. You know,
right.
if
which is kind of cool because you have to like go and check that it actually.
Right. You have to. Do that and then go check that you've completed it, and it's usually like kill the boss with a rare map, and then
rare corrupted,
and so you're you killed the boss, but you might also be buying a kill, in which case you don't get a notification, so yeah, it's good. Loading screen now displays rotating gears. Yes, okay, cool.
Thank you for that line of unnecessary patch note.
3D art for unique items. I like that. The more 3D art.
Martyr of Innocence, the staff that we love.
Yeah. So there you go. That's gonna have
anything else on here that we use a lot? Consuming Dark.
Advancing Fortress. I like. We haven't used it a lot. But it's that claw that's a shield. Claw that is a shield thing. Light and large.
I think that's the only one that I. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Alternate art carcass jack. So yeah, it's nothing too much. The Martyr of Innocence is a cool staff. I don't know if there's probably some more refined build around it than what I've had. But.
So I love the next line. Something about this just makes me fucking laugh. Onslaught now plays an effect on the affected player. Like, how long ago was Onslaught League? Like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Now finally they have an effect for it.
Now you can be like, do I have it or not? I don't know. Let me look all around my screen now. You're like, oh yeah, I've got the swirly thing around me. I'm good.
Yeah, but like Onslaught League was like 3 years ago.
You're like, oh yeah, you just have this tiny icon on the top of your screen.
Yeah.
So you can now queue up a detonate action for mines while they are arming to detonate them as soon as they have finished arming. That's very good.
Really
That's
For
huge for
mines.
mines because
Yeah, for
usually you
mines,
drop a mine and you're just spamming that key and your character's like, and then finally it goes.
Actually, you know what's hilarious about this? It was so annoying for mining that one thing that people were doing for like boss fights, so they don't have to like think about it as much, is that they would put detonate mines on a totem. They would
Right.
have detonate mines totem to just like automatically detonate.
Yep. So
So having been able
quality
to
of
do that
life
actually,
feature for mine users.
which is good. Mines
Hellions.
are, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Mines
they're
are kind of like
you know,
underused.
yeah. Hellions and Prisoner's Gate have come down with scary face. So the dogs.
Oh yeah, no, the Hellions have a different look. They just have a different model now for some fucking reason. They looked fine before, and now they have a totally different model, and I
Yeah.
have no idea what happened to the old model.
They were not too memorable, but
Yeah.
so
These are also not memorable though. Like I can tell you right now.
okay. Well, I'm just saying, like the Goatmen, you know, like everything has their little thing where you're like, oh
Right.
yeah, I know what that is, and you know, it sticks out a little bit more. But okay. Game client now flashes if you've received a whisper message while it is minimized. Whisper message.
Oh, like the
okay. Yeah.
orange flash on the bottom of your screen.
Right. That's good.
Like
Little Windows
news.
UI notification.
Yep.
Okay. Added dynamic resolution scaling. Game attempts to maintain target frame rate by lowering the displayed resolution during particular performance-heavy moments. Okay.
There's a video on this showing. So like they were doing it for a crazy cast on crit
Right.
setup where there's like 15 spells getting cast all at the same time, and like before it was like it dropped you to like 5 frames,
Right.
and now it just makes the crazy clusterfuck of all these different spells look. If you look really closely at it, they look less like good.
Right.
But you could barely tell what the fuck is going on anyway. So
right.
The dropping of the resolution is it's a really good change. This is a really good change.
Yeah, sounds like very. I like that it's toggled on and they didn't just like do it.
They didn't just give it to you. Yeah.
Right.
You can opt in.
And in that case, you could be like, yeah, my my cyclone build that sucks everything in and fucking lags my client to dying now might survive.
Yeah, dude, that's a good point.
You know, like maybe.
It's even more reason to run it.
No, maybe it'll still survive. You're now warned before leaving the labyrinth without using the Altar of Ascendancy. Ooh.
Thank fucking God.
That happened to us a few times. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's really good.
Actually, not the altar. The enchant was a thing.
Oh,
I don't think I ever missed the altar. So, but
some people have. Some people.
Yeah, I think we might have.
I think Kevin missed it.
Yeah, it would have been like, okay, I'm out. Like I got my enchant, and then oh fuck, forgot to touch the thing. The corner mini map has been improved. Okay.
Oh yeah, so there's like a different look to the very edge of what you've seen, and that looks different than the edge of the map. So you can see like, oh, over here, I have seen that there's this like gap of stuff that we haven't actually gone to yet. Okay. It's really fucking nice.
Good. Warning before exporting Grandmaster.
What?
Exporting a Grandmaster to prevent accidental submissions.
Oh, like, here's my really cool badass PvP character that I want to go into the Hall of Grandmasters.
No.
No, you don't think so? Because that's...
What's exporting a Grandmaster?
There's probably like a thing where you can say, here's my really cool PvP character that should be added to the Hall of Grandmaster.
Okay,
right? Okay. So they probably got like 700,000 fucking submissions for their Grandmaster, and that was like a
little bit of a like, hey, are you sure you want to submit this?
Your
DPS sucks. Like, you have 0 kills and 300 deaths. Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. Environmental changes. Moving the Vol Seal and never.
Oh, right. So now occur over. So like when you remove the Vol Seal, it doesn't just become the world is dark. It like becomes darker over time.
Good.
Small.
Yeah, That's a immersion thing because you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I touched the ball, everything's dark.
Dark. Yeah, yeah.
It's like flipping a light switch.
Yep.
Like, dink, sun's off. All right. Dying Exile's voice acting has been pre-recorded, or has been re-recorded. The beginning. It's funny.
Yeah.
Nessa has
Pretty
been
short,
updated. Okay, cool. Darkly. Heidi's dialogue in Upper Prison now changes based on the player's character.
Oh. Okay, so that was originally only in Cruel and Merciless. Now it's.
Because it would say, like, something
Yeah.
about your witch, or something.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay.
Cool.
Pets now occasionally play their animations when they are idle. So,
Cool.
pets. A little more.
Woohoo, pets.
Yep. New keyword, far shot. Add a new keyword, far shot. Projectile attacks gain damage as they travel further, dealing up to 30% more damage to targets. How's that a new keyword? I don't know.
They might have had that in the game already somehow for some things. Now they just now it's in the word like onslaught.
Okay.
So now you're expected to know what far shot is.
Right. Lore glyphs now continue to play across area transitions.
That's good.
Yep.
Like before, I was like, I'll click this, but I'm about to
You're right at the end. Yeah.
Zone, so like, why the fuck do I care? Because I like to listen to them sometimes.
Yep.
They're well voice acted.
And if you're going through like the game in a you're not gonna see that lore again. You know what I mean? Like in all the acts, you might actually hit it and listen to it because it'll help the time go by while you're going through the rest of the acts, to like actually click on those. So
yeah, and before it was kind of like a cock tease because you would click on it and you're playing fast because you know how to play the fucking game, and you get to the end of the zone and things half done. So it's like, do I sit and listen to it, or am I just gonna get cock teased?
Yep.
Like I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this lore shit?
And some of them last like 3 minutes, and you're done with the zone in like a minute. So, yep, I like it. I can see listening to those a little bit more. Added a feature to the challenges tab which allows you to hide challenges you've already completed. Thank you.
Yeah, fucking thank God.
Scroll.
Scroll. Finally, I found one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Social panel now displays different icons for your friends, depending whether they are in different acts. 1, 2,
or maps. Cool.
1, 2, or maps. So, okay, little heads up on where they're at. I would like to see that expanded more, where they have. Well, I guess it only matters because at 5 the world transitions, so that matters.
Yeah, good point.
Like,
yeah.
Are you in this area or this area? So.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Because you'd be in what's it called? What's the first zone called? Lion Eyes, whatever, and it might be called the same town in the next one.
It is called the same town.
So yeah.
It is.
So knowing which one they're in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gonna be interesting to go there. New Zana quest help guide players into the Atlas. Okay, I like it. No, like what the hell is this person doing in this map?
Yeah,
I've never
seen. Yeah. What is maps?
What is this?
The Atlas is kind of confusing for new. So
right. The X11 is now the default graphics. Can be changed. So, do we go with shadows? Is the big question. Probably.
Maybe.
I would say,
If they're confident enough that it's good, then yeah, probably.
It wasn't. It was more like you could actually see more information with shadows off. You could see enemies behind walls. You could say, "Oh yeah, I don't want to go into that room right now because there's like a lot of things that are about to kill me." Whereas it would be much harder with the shadows on, but it'll look a lot better. So, lighting quality option, graphics menu. I think that might be related. So,
the Marauder's act of self-flagellation on the character menu is now audible. Thank you for adding that whipping sound. Okay.
What? Does he whip himself? Like?
Yeah, apparently.
He's like has a fly on his back or something and like has to whip. Yeah. What? I've never seen that, so that's new to me.
Yeah, weird.
I guess every time I've created a Marauder, I click on him, put the name in, go into the game, and I guess he has some action that he's doing.
Yeah, he's probably. I think he's like. I thought it was like patting himself on the back. I think I remember that. Where he's like reaching over his shoulder.
Yeah, but like, I've
Apparently
never
it
paid
wins.
attention to it, so I'll look at it next time I make a Marauder.
Yeah.
Stacked deck currency item can now drop from monsters. Currency item. Stacked.
I think it's not a currency item. I think it's a
That was a card.
yeah, it's a card that gives you currency. I think is what it's trying to
Got
do.
it. Got it.
What the fuck did it drop before though?
I think, yeah.
Whatever. Oh yeah, Devourer holes. Yeah, you ever seen Devourer holes
yeah.
like on a heavy Devourer map?
Yeah.
It's fucking everywhere.
There's the boss in the Overgrown Shrine or something.
Yeah, and they stay for fucking ever.
That when I play like a lower DPS character and it took like 20 minutes to kill the boss and the whole place is just brown piles of dirt. So that's good. Yeah, that's don't know if I like it or hate it, but it's probably better for performance. You are no longer prompted to vote on whether to help or kill Oak if you are not in their arenas. Okay, so you could be standing outside and you're not. No.
Oh, so you don't have to fucking leave the area anymore.
Right. You don't have to kill your friends necessarily. Yeah. Still can, but.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I'll be right outside.
I'll be right outside.
Like start a long ass lightning warp, like a slow casted lightning warp, right as they're about to start. Like, see ya. Stun's visual effect now plays on stuns that last for 0.7 seconds or longer. Okay.
That woo, like the circle around their head.
Right. So if you don't stun them long enough to notice, you won't notice.
You won't notice.
But it might, they'll still stun. That's good because
it's probably a like a performance thing.
Right, performance and just more fidelity in what is occurring. Because if you get a stun from a random crit and you see that thing pop up for like a split second, it's not as interesting.
Right.
So. All right, Cyber. Thanks for watching, man. Good night. And left and right mouse buttons are no longer referred to as left mouse and right mouse and are now left click and right click.
Okay, cool.
Why?
I don't really understand why, but whatever.
What if my mouse doesn't click? What if I have a...
You're so clickero-normative. Whatever the fuck that would be called.
Did you assume my clickage?
Did you assume my click? Alright.
What the hell? Like, it sounds like they're trying to get like more like generic for like Xbox or something in terms of that.
Oh yeah.
But it's not a click even. Maybe there is a left and right click, but anyways, weird. Items that provide life regeneration based on a percentage of maximum life.
What's up, Han?
What's up, guys?
Also have a range now display.
We saw a guy in Worlds Adrift today called Han Solo, and we murdered him and took his shit.
Oh, you guys.
We took his Millennium Falcon, dude.
Yeah, he made a Millennium Falcon and we stole it.
Fuck you guys.
Took it. We're like, Atreides is like, that might be Han. He likes to play solo.
Okay, Han Solo fucking dies either way, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's like, who wants to have that name now? I didn't think about that until just now, dude. Oh, that's hilarious.
Dude, I named myself Han Solo.
But it's like, when you like have like kids that like a hero, they have a hero in their mind of like something. Now it dies, like what?
Yeah.
Like your hero dies. Now everybody was like, yeah, Han Solo's like Indiana Jones, for example, another, same character or same actor. Like he doesn't die, he's still around at the end. Like he can be in your mind as like a childhood hero. And yeah.
You murdered my childhood.
Yeah, exactly. They just did that. I can't believe it. I just thought of that.
That's Disney for you.
On, we're streaming.
The Dream Killer.
I'm streaming Path of Exile patch notes, just so you know we're on stream. So.
Oh wait, new season came out.
The patch notes
Friday
out for the new huge expansion thing. Where remember how in Path of Exile you had to play through the same fucking content 3 times?
Yeah, you told me about this already.
Now you don't. So there's like the full.
I'm just letting you know we're also streaming. So.
Send me the stream link.
It's on
Okay.
Yeah, Atreides.
Chat. Yeah,
Atreides will send it to you.
There you go.
Where's Michael?
Michael is asleep. Sleeping. There you go. I sent it to you on Discord. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
So life regeneration can have up to 2 decimal places of accuracy if they have a range
Cool.
percentage. That's okay. Life regen, you're to calculate exactly how much it is. It's okay. All sources of phasing now correctly change the character's appearance.
They didn't do that before?
They would overlap and like cause you to go invisible, if you remember.
Right.
So hopefully that's what they're talking about. Is that it will all make you go white, ghosty. Unique threshold jewel fight for survival's description has been updated. Functionality remains unchanged.
Cool.
Description.
Sound
art
increment,
effects.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Harbinger
Challenge League. And link on the thread, so it's I don't know. What's up, Han? I don't know what you're coming into play or whatnot. We're just going over this stuff, so.
Maybe it comes out Friday, right? The patch notes.
Yep.
In the new patch.
Or it's free to play, so if you haven't played,
yeah,
I forget.
Yeah, I know.
Did you joined us, right?
No,
But
I stopped playing POE like after it first came out, like years ago.
Oh, okay.
I think you tried again for like a day when you were over here.
Yeah,
But
I
no one
just
was
couldn't
playing.
get back
No one was
into
playing
it.
with you. I think no one is playing with you though.
I just couldn't get back into it. It's just like,
Yeah, that's understandable.
like I just can't sit there and go through like 4x 4 fucking times, bro. Like it's just like,
Yeah, no, I get that. That's
shit-
why that's why the 10x thing, because that's the worst part about what's it, hardcore is when you die you have to do all that shit over again.
Yep. Same.
I don't know how you guys like sat through that shit and did like 5 to 7 times. That shit was fucking annoying.
Yep.
All right, Harbinger Challenge League.
Yeah, basic thing, standard and hardcore variation. New monsters, new currency shards from defeating those things. Currency types may lead you to the source of the incursion, and so there's probably a little boss fight.
It's like a secret. There's like this secret language or something that they speak. So people are gonna have to figure out how to actually get into the Harbinger boss fight. I think.
Nice. 40 new
Mysterious.
challenges. New effects for completing those challenges. A crown, a glowing eyes, and a character
Your stream's
effect.
not working, by the way.
Yeah, it's all fucked up.
Fucked up. That's the reason he's doing it on YouTube, because then it'll actually like keep some of that record instead of just Twitch, which will just cut out.
Yep.
But anyway.
Yeah.
He has a person coming in tomorrow to help fix it.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And it's usually not this worse, even as it is right now. So I have no clue, dude. Like, I don't. Whatever. Whatever.
Hey, man, whatever works, I guess.
But yeah, it's been a problem for a while now. But hopefully, keep at it. Try to get it solved. And anyways.
Yeah, it seems like the standard Challenge League shit.
Yep.
Completed the ribbon spool? The fuck?
Characters, please. The Ribbon Spool and Merciless will have automatically completed all mandatory quests for Tofu. They have immediately have immediate access to maps. So
it just like now all of your other characters, if they've gotten to a certain point, now they are mapped at maps. Is a way to transition old characters into new shit.
Is
Right.
PoE is it a lot more friendly now, or is it still just PoE?
What do you mean friendly?
Like as in like leveling up gear wise, finding stuff, drops, and all this shit like that.
But I don't know what you mean by friendly though.
Like, is it easier to find stuff, or is it gonna be like same old PoE, like grind till you hopefully?
I don't really think that it's all that grindy, because you just get a few drops and sell the stuff that you do get and buy the stuff that you do want. So if you're like you play solo self-found, then yeah, it's kind of grindy because you just like grind the same thing over and over until you get the drop you want. But because it's a economy based game, I don't think it's grindy at all.
I would probably say it is easier. There is a massive increase of unique items for leveling and so on, where initially, if you've played like a few years ago to some degree, you would still be running around with magic gear after like a few of the starter maps. Like you would still have magic gear like through the entire Act 1, whereas now you're probably in full rare gear by the end of Act 1. So it is easier.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, like honestly, I pick up magic gear when I first create the character, but I never like. As soon as you find any rare, you upgrade it, and you find enough of that before the end of Act 1, where you are just all in rare gear from then on.
20 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes, so 20, 30 minutes.
And if you want a really meta, like everyone wants to play this same fucking class, like this big hit, it's 20,000 viewer streamer is playing this particular build with this, you can only do this build with this particular unique item, then yeah, that unique will be expensive and it'll be really grindy to get the currency to get it. But like for the most part, the vast majority of the uniques in the game, which are all build defining, or a lot of them build defining, are really cheap.
I just want to build that class with the fucking with the daggers and it's shooting like 9 daggers like super fucking fast.
Yep.
That shit looks
Athro blades.
Yeah, Athro. That shit looks hella fun, bro. Just bam, bam, bam.
It is. Yep, the game is awesome. Like it really is.
Yeah.
But and so I would say yes, it's a lot easier, and there's a lot more leveling gear. Like if you ever remember any old game like World of Warcraft that eventually put leveling gear in, this is good leveling gear where we have a guild stash where we like put our leveling gear in, so everybody knows like okay, I new character, grab this to level 10. Level 10, grab the axioms, to level 30. Level 30, I get this thing to levels, the end game, and like. There's definite progression with leveling gear. We don't have to think about it so much. And that gear is sold, like, literally within the first few hours of the start of the league. Like, it's available, so.
I don't like playing by myself. Shit gets boring as fuck.
Yeah, playing in a group was a lot of fun.
I don't... If I was only playing this, like, solo self-found, I might be interested in a little bit, but for the most part, it'd be boring.
Yeah.
Like, the social and, like, multiplayer aspect of it is what I find it to be.
Yep.
Okay. Yo, are you still having like a Friday game night shit at your house or not?
Not anymore because we're doing at Solomon's place we're doing a the fuck is it called?
D&D?
No, what's it called? We watch Game of Thrones at Solomon's place on Sundays.
Really? Holy
yeah.
shit! You guys drive all the way down and just watch fucking Game of Thrones.
Well, it's
Jesus Christ, dude.
No, because it's just me and Annika. David went once, but for the most part, it's just me and Annika. And Annika lives out near him anyway, so I just go over there to visit Annika. And
I was gonna say that's far as fuck, dude. He lives really far.
Yeah, it is pretty far.
God.
But Annika lives near him. So.
Jesus Christ, dude.
We have 27 pages to go. So, okay, let's. If you guys want to jump to another channel, I'm just gonna keep going through this. I'm just keep it going because so yeah. Any characters that have completed Act 4 normal but had not completed the ribbon spool have been returned to the end of Act 4. So if you did not complete the quest line, they're gonna kick you back. So you have to go through.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. It's like, hey, remember you did all this other shit? Go back and do it again.
Yeah. So there's no like. Yeah. Weird.
It just makes sense. They had to figure out a way to deal with exist.
Yeah. In other words, if you were all the way to Merciless and then did not complete the ribbon spool thing, then you get pushed back to Act 4. The end of Act 4, so you have to go to Act 5, basically. So people who had like middle of the road characters.
Oh, okay, I see now.
Playing on standard or whatever.
Wait, so what is this ribbon? So why do you have to complete it?
It's
It's
just
quest
limited
line.
random like quest line things that you had to do 3 times before. So now if you do it at a certain level,
It's
it's
like
just
you've
dealing with
already
all the
yeah
old
dealing with
characters.
old characters and old working that in with the new seamless act progression.
Because like
Uh,
before like how do you determine where to place somebody into the acts 1 through 10 if they were in the middle of act 2 in cruel
Merciless,
difficulty?
yeah, or
Yeah,
cruel.
and like
They're already progressed beyond Act 4.
yeah. So
There is
where the
no
fuck are they
difficulty
going now?
levels anymore. It's just
Did POE ever change the thing where like uh leech EXP leech someone?
Where you can only kill uh frozen enemies or something like that. There's like a
Yeah,
couple
yeah,
things like
yeah,
that,
yeah.
and everything is all at 1 health, and then you come out like that really all these things are super deadly to you, but you can just one shot everything.
it's not
That's the only really way to leech
yeah.
experience.
But no, there was never a issue with that. I think what we're talking about is like grouping up, punishing you for experience in that regard.
No, yeah, like
If
I
you're all
have
about the same level, then it's good for you for a group to
yeah, because
go
you get
together.
party XP.
You get not necessarily more experience, however,
I
you
think
get
you
more
do.
loot and you get so in other words, like it makes it more difficult, but the more loot is usually what you're going for. So everybody who joins in a group, like we were playing with like 6-man parties, when we did, if you go like do breach solo, you'd get like some drops. But if we did like a massive 5 or 6-man breach stuff, like oh my gosh, like your screen
There's
is
so
packed.
much shit.
Yeah. So the
Mm.
loot, it's in our case, we find it more fun to play with more people, even though it's harder to play with more people. And so we've tried to have more people in a group, even though it's more dangerous and people are dying and quitting the game and stuff like that.
Because of the lag.
No, because of the deaths. Like,
It's just like the mobs, instead of dying instant, the mobs have more health, so things don't die instantly, and therefore
Yeah.
they can kill you.
so it's like a little harder, but you get more loot. And we had a couple people like literally quit because they've worked on their character for a long time and then it's dead because we play on hardcore. Not everybody wants to play hardcore, and so
And you also have certain things where like when this big pack of monsters dies, it leaves like a whole bunch of like bombs on the ground. So if you kill that thing, you know that those bombs are coming, but your buddy might not, and then he runs into those bombs and dies. That happened to a couple people.
yeah. So it can be frustrating if you're in a group and you're not like on edge all the time, paying attention.
And the guy that died to the called
The
those
bombs.
bombs he's like mostly deaf, so we literally can't tell him that the bombs are coming.
Oh shit.
And he's
Oh
like,
yeah, I remember now. That guy.
Yeah.
he went to play standard, so the like non
Software.
hardcore, yeah, softcore or standard mode, which is fine. But I think the risk of dying at any moment makes the game fun, where you are testing yourself. Like, can I beat all the game systems that the developers are throwing at me?
Yeah, but then when you do die, you're just like, well, fuck.
Just re-roll. You
Fuck,
fucked
No,
up.
just
Like some people can't admit defeat or failure, and that's a
No,
character flaw where people are just like,
well,
fuck, the game's too hard. Like, why is it like this? Blah blah. Instead of saying, okay, yeah, I should have moved over here when that thing happened. I should have looked for that thing and improved my
I forgot to press
gameplay.
this flask. Or
Yeah,
no,
right.
it's like it's for me. It's not like that. It's just for me. It's just like if I died, I'm like, well, there goes like 3 weeks of my time.
Yeah, exactly.
So man, I'm just like,
So
it's
you
like,
should
if only I press that button. I'm just like, God.
you should have a heightened awareness of 3 weeks of game time. For that. Like you should
But,
be
like,
on edge.
After 3 weeks, dude. No, after 3 weeks, dude, people get lazy, man. It's like doing the
That's
same shit,
exactly.
pressing the same button, and then 3 weeks later, you're just like, oh, I'm like people get lazy, and then you don't press it, and you're just like,
Yep. That's how it is. But again,
But
the game has
here's
done
the
a
thing.
lot with first the game's done a lot with as you do that, you're gonna collect so much gear to reroll your character in no time. Like the fast speedrunners get from level 1 to the end game mapping in like 6 hours, and we've done it in like 8 hours, ourselves. So yes, is that a time investment? But is it so bad? No, not really. That's like
And
8 matches of League of Legends. Come
I don't
on.
know. I'll just be like,
Yeah.
no, it is like that. But here's the other thing, right? If you get close to death, your heart is fucking racing. You're just like, oh shit,
like yours, bro. Oh god.
Yeah.
yeah, oh god, oh no, oh no.
You will know. Yeah. Especially Atreides, you will know if he's close to death. Great.
I think I have a few shadow play
Videos,
recordings
yeah.
of me like freaking the fuck out because I almost died.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can handle that. I feel like I'll pass out from my heart being
That's
too
yeah.
fast, and
That's
then just die, and I'll wake up and like fuck. So
For when I was getting really into Path for like I don't know, month or two that we're playing it, like I had dreams almost every night of like random ways that I died. Like no joke. I'm like I would have you could almost call them like nightmares. Like be like, oh no, this fucking volatile killed me or some shit like that.
Yeah, I think we played for like 6 months or something, dude. We played for most of Breach
Really?
and all of Legacy to a degree.
Yeah.
5 or 6 months. So, and I've played more before and whatnot, but yeah, in terms of us all playing together, it's good.
Where are we at?
We're at rebalance around removal of difficulty levels because the other stuff's like some character nonsense.
bro,
like
we're not going through 23 pages in one night. There's
I
no
mean,
way.
I mean,
We are.
yeah, talking about.
Not with me here. You're not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to bring up something, but like, well, anyways, going through this. Cool, merciless.
So is Kevin, Michael, and like David all gonna play, and Solomon?
Solon might, Michael might. David, you playing 3.0? Are you gonna play 3.0?
Pathos.
He's
Tofu.
probably, but not right away, and he doesn't care that much.
Okay.
Does Kevin have a job now or no?
What?
Does Kevin have a job now or no?
I think he was asking David what, but I have no idea.
You might play like one character if he finds a good build.
Yeah, that's what he said before, but
No. Does Kevin have a job now?
He does not.
Really? I was fucking surprised.
No, he had like a couple interviews that didn't
Is
pan out.
it because he's been out of work for so long?
No, it just didn't work. Like just that. Yeah, it's a longer story, man. We're fucking streaming.
yeah, we're trying to get through this stuff. Cruel Merciless resistance penalties, and once the threshold's been passed, they affect your character in all game areas. So if you go back to Act 1, you will...
Yeah, that's a new thing.
That's pretty good.
You can't just go back to normal difficulty.
It's a progression mark, not a...
Yeah, the moment like
difficulty.
If you hit that thing, if you hit the killed of Act 5 boss, like you will now forever and ever be,
negative
fucked.
30.
Like,
which is kind of cool. Like you could be like, testing some bullshit and like go back to like Act 1 thinking it's safe, and you're like negative 60, and you just get wrecked by some like small mob. Interesting.
Same thing with Vol skills, because remember you had to like have different soul counts.
Right. So soul costs are increased by 50%, and then 100%. So similar difficulty thing.
Completion of Act 10. So like the whole game, there is no like merciless difficulty anymore.
Yeah.
In the sense of elemental resistances, it's like you finish the game and then like
and then it occurs for maps and so on.
And then you get the maps difficulty, which is, if they balance around it, it's effectively the same thing. But
I guess, but do you have to finish completion of Act 10 to then go to maps?
Probably. It sounds
weird.
Like it.
Sounds like you're forced to.
Yeah.
Which
there's no more.
You used to be able to skip
Act 4 merciless.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good.
That's very good. I like it. You have to
I hated the fact that you just like, just don't do that like integral part of the game.
Yeah, and like the merciless Malachi was like deadly, and so were the mini bosses, and so like now you have to do them. And there's a new boss. We don't even know what it is. Like there's an Act 10.
No one has any idea what Act 9 and 10 are.
Yeah, so the Act 10 like master boss is going to to be like a really big deal, and like the first person to beat it is yeah, it's gonna be great.
Oh, that's great.
And I look for, so here's the thing is like, that kind of interests me to play it for sure. It's like Friday, because we'll probably be back 10 by Saturday, you know? Like if they keep the timings in the case where we're going to get there and like see this new boss that we've never seen before that has way more health because we're in a group. And it's gonna...
Also boss healths are all increased.
Yeah, so
like that'll be an epic boss fight.
Yeah, it's going to be epic, and there's going to be deaths and a first completion, and guides written up on how to fight them, and it's totally new mechanics that nobody's seen before, so it's going to be awesome. 5% experience penalty for deaths in Act 6 through 10 for standard players, so whatever experience penalty, and at the end there it says hardcore players have a 100% experience penalty because they will re-roll their characters if they die. Quest deal with the bandits has been reworked. Okay, so here's some changes. Helping Oak grants 1% of life regen per second, 2% additional physical damage reduction,
so half a endurance,
and 20% increased physical damage. So it's a mix of defense and offense, but I think that's good.
I think they all are. Look at if you look at them, they all are.
Yeah, Lyra 5 mana regen per second, global crit multiplier, 15 resist all.
Damn.
Fuck.
That sucks.
That sucks so bad. That was defining like our meta.
We use it all the time.
We're like, fuck the extra point. I want 15 resist all because I can gear like I think it was 10 all. I think it was 10 all. It was. So this is even better. Like actually, this bottlenecks me.
Yeah, it does.
I have to play a mana regen crit multiplier character.
No, you don't.
But in my mind, the resist all was the most powerful thing in terms of that choice. When it came down to what I'm going to use the most and what gives you the most flexibility.
Actually, this isn't that bad because if you do any sort of mind over matter thing, that 5 mana regen is actually a big deal.
Yeah. So.
And if you lose the like 20%, like imagine just there isn't a 20% global crit multi, right? Like, would you care about the 5 mana regen and 15% compared to 2 passive points? Probably. Especially if you're mind over matter. I think the Alira is actually decent.
Oh, it's 2 passive points. Okay, yeah.
It's not 3. It's not 3. Yeah.
But I mean, regardless, damn.
Fuck though, like Oak is still really good. That's an actual like real question.
Yep. Creighton is trash.
I think Creighton's good. It's just like the more offensive option.
Yeah.
The 3% to dodge is kind of cool.
No, it's not. In the meta, when I think of the meta of like how people play in the like massive like streamlined builds, they don't get hit. They just blow up everything. So the 3% chance, you never see it.
The 6% onslaught though permanent onslaught is not terrible for like fast clear speed builds. I'm sure that the Creighton will actually be really common.
I agree, but I think the yeah, I guess the dodge thing is relevant since you're right. It's a 6% onslaught permanent, which combined with onslaught, makes it
good.
So interesting.
Yeah. That's really fucking. Especially since the with the 5% mana regen, that actually turns into like 30 or more because that gets multiplied a lot.
Right, 5 per second. It's pretty big, actually. It's very big.
Because that gets multiplied. So
your base is like 1 every second or something. So pretty big.
That's really nice for like that's an Act 2, like 5% mana regen in Act 2. Like that's really strong.
And again, for me, that elemental resistance, I've tried to work into like most of my builds and gearing option where I could do the full, which I almost never was able to do, which is use all uniques. And yet I've been able to work like even my Cyclone build. I could work an all unique, gear set because of that extra 10% elemental resistance. So maybe there's some more options in the tree that might make me change that. But
That 1% life regen though is really strong.
Yeah, the 15% to all is my go-to, which means I want to maximize the other stuff. Which means I want to have something that needs mana regeneration, which also means I want to have something that does global crit multiplier. So I don't like this change. I don't. I think it bottlenecks you too much. Are there only 3 things that you do? Oh, never mind. I guess you can go the 2 skill points. So we'll have to check that out. I usually like the option of taking it, but if 2 passive skill points can get me 15% resist all from my normal build, then I would take the 2 skill points. So we'll see.
Maybe,
At least it's not 1. So.
Well, if it was 1, that would just be shit option.
Right, that's what I thought initially. So, Labyrinth. Once unlocked, each labyrinth can be accessed from the plaza. 4 labyrinths are named after difficulty. Okay.
So here,
Lab's the same.
I can explain this more easily. Normal lab, instead of being as long, like the normal lab was the same basic thing as the end game lab. Now there's fewer rooms in normal lab and a little bit more rooms in cruel and normal mount in merciless and the end game. So normal lab is less of a chore.
Right.
So that, and then before you had to do all 6 trials 3 times. Now there's 6 trials in the normal acts 1 through 3, and then there are 3 more trials, acts like 5 and 6, and more trials in acts. What's it called? Like 7 or like 8, 7 through 9 or something like that. So, but the point is that before you had to do a total of 18 trials, and now you have to do a total of 12. So it's less of a chore.
Sure.
Beginning of the league.
It works. Alright, Prophecies reworked. Acts 5 and upwards. They're no longer bound to specific difficulty and can be completed in any relevant area. Thank you very much. Pale Council stuff takes place in new areas. I like that. Prophecies were kind of a pain when you get like access. You were in like normal Lion's Eye Watch and you like grab a prophecy and you're like, fuck, it's normal.
This is kind of an annoyance though, because a lot of the difficulty in completing certain things was bound to, like, now killing Duresso with for Bramblejack is totally irrelevant. Like everybody can do that shit.
Right, but
so that
there's gonna be other stuff too. So
yeah, but I mean,
yes.
killing the
anybody can go back and
stuff is go back and do it really easy.
Ancient rivalries.
And it doesn't also hamper you, like you had no chess piece when you're killing Act 4 Merciless Duresso.
Right.
Anyway,
but yeah, I could. The thing is, you still have to go do it. It doesn't mean the gear is going to be less worthwhile to farm for. Yes, but at the same time, it's still going to be good gear. It's still going to be out there. So
just less money making.
Right. Ancient rivalries, existing chances completed. The amulet from any enemy spawn. Okay, so that was just for the Ainakora's site.
Whatever the ancient rivalry thing was, I don't know what that was.
It's one of the unique chains to get to the end boss of something. Again, I don't know the exact thing it was, but I remember it was one of those
I don't know why you can't get it
chains.
There's probably something to do with difficulty levels. You can't get it anymore.
Well, so I think it says that Hainakora's site, unique amulet that was good for 1,000 accuracy or whatever, has a small chance to drop from any enemy spawned by a prophecy, is what they're replacing with. Instead of this full-on prophecy that potentially drops that item, you now have they've just removed that as a prophecy chain because it was lackluster.
Right.
Act 3 Piety Pets now rewards 1 passive skill point instead of 2. Second passive's been moved later. So, okay. That was a good 2 points, yes. But okay, I got it's only Act 3. It's
yeah, before it was the end of the game and now it's whatever.
Right. So that's good.
I mean, I was always really nice to get that 2 fucking points, but
yep.
I get it. I don't like it, but I get it.
Right. Southern underground sewers have an extended and. Ooh.
No. It's actually better. Trust me. So the underground sewers thing, all three of the busts are in the same zone.
Oh, I
You
see.
don't have to go
Exit
up
to
and
the
down,
warehouse
up and down, up and
district has
down.
been permanently sealed. Okay. They're basically saying we fixed the
They
sewers.
yeah, they cut out the whole marketplace like chunk is like gone.
Right,
There's
right.
like this,
Okay.
or there's like a whole chunk of that that's just totally removed, and the whole Act 3. Long story short, Act 3 feels way fucking better and less annoying.
Good. Because, yeah, that was. You go in the sewer, you go to the next sewer, you'd go to the warehouse district, you would go into the next
And you go back in
zone,
the sewer.
and then you would go into the sewer. So
Yeah,
they're making a little bit more, what's it called?
sensical.
Yeah, like the scenes are more definitive. You're not just like in
Yeah.
the sewer, in another sewer, I'm in a zone, I'm in another zone, now I'm in the sewer again. You're
Which looks
linear.
the same as the old sewer.
Right. But it's linear
Yeah.
in play, and you're not going to be like, which sewer was I in last time? You know?
Yeah.
So.
And I think the marketplace sewers was totally optional just to get that extra skill point.
Correct. Yep. Layout of the marketplace modified to fit the new warehouse, less structure. So they've done away with warehouses. Pretty much all around good change there.
Yeah. No. Like the way they changed Act 3 is just, it's beautiful, dude. Like
Good.
It was a really annoying act to deal with before, and now it's just way better.
Yeah. Achievements no longer gained by completing various difficulties. Okay, achievements, end of nightmare, achievements. Okay. Labyrinth
Cool.
balance.
Well, that shit. All right.
Access to Labyrinth has been changed. Must complete the ordinary 6 trials for the first access of normal.
Oh yeah, I was just saying this earlier.
Right. To access Cruel, you have to complete the normal lab, so 6, and
You have to
additional.
complete the normal lab. You didn't have to complete the normal lab before.
Right. So this one you must complete normal and 3 prerequisite trials and must be at least level 40. So there's little level 40 lab seems easy. You know, doing it like 32 at the end there.
No, we did it at 32 for
normal, right. Okay.
Cruel, like the Cruel lab at level 40 sounds fucking scary.
Yeah. Okay. And then Merciless, another 3, so yeah, 12 total trials. Hopefully they put some more variation to how those look. It must be at least level 15.
I don't. When I did the thing, Cruel lab was the only option. There was no Merciless lab, and there was only one trial, and but you automatically got it. So
right.
That's totally new, and I
Okay.
have no idea what it looks like.
Access to the endgame lab requires you to complete Merciless lab and 6 map trials and be at least level 60. So that's the same. That's how it was before.
But it's not the same because you didn't have to complete any of the other labs. People got run through.
Right. But
like
because we would do endgame before we even did Merciless sometimes. So yeah, but I would say what I mean by the same is there's no additional requirements so much.
Yeah.
I mean, Merciless is additional requirement, but no special extra trials.
So this next thing says go to the lab. So there is a map option, kind of like how you go to your hideout from the map. You know, you click on the map thing. What are those called? Waypoints? Yeah, waypoints. So now you do that, and there's an option to go to the lab. You go to the lab, and then there's like right before you can open the door, you have to choose which lab to go to, like endgame or whatever.
I like it.
Yeah, no, it works. The way they did it was just really good. It feels totally reasonable and nothing weird about it.
Because I like that you go to Act 3, you go into the lab there, and then from there you can select which difficulty of lab you want to go to, which is cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that they put the split inside. That's cool.
Of lab, yep.
Waypoint to the plaza, that's kind of what we talked about. That's good.
Yep.
Shortened layout of normal and cruel, so it's easier to do normal and cruel. It's not as long as a full lab run. It's great.
Yes, like for example, the golden key and golden door can be in the same zone in normal and cruel labs. You have to go looking for the key.
Yeah. Rewards should be more rewarding for the time invested, so searching out all the corners of the lab should be more like fun, which I think was a thing of mine.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah, like
Labyrinth. Like it's just
Lab is great, except that like so much of it is totally fucking useless.
right. And the only thing you
Except
needed
for
was the boss kill. You didn't need all the side areas. So
yeah, so if those side areas are actually useful now, then awesome.
right.
Which they probably won't be, but if they're better, then that's at least
And
a
it might
step in
not
the right
change
direction.
how you play it, but just the option of like, yeah, maybe I'll just hang out in lab and like, you know, poke around all day and it might be worth it. Seems
Yeah.
like a fun thing like you could do as a, you know, as a self challenge. Killing
Mhm.
Azaro now immediately disables the traps in his room. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't
That
have to
is
like worry
great.
like, oh god.
Yeah. You're like sitting there looking at loot, getting hit by darts, and then you die.
And by the way, that means that you like it doesn't just disable them from moving. Like if you stand on top of the
Right.
rotating blade, like it literally doesn't do anything to you.
Nice.
So
I like that. I was hoping that even the normal traps would have a like a disconnect method to them where you could like, you know, break them and like cause them
yeah.
to stop. So it'd be nice to see that, and maybe in the future they'll add something else like that. New Dark Shrine effects for Lab specifically, which positively affect the run in some way. So all of the previous Dark Shrine effects have been disabled. So awesome. Now they're worth
No
getting.
fucking more vulnerability that kills Plasmic again. The worst fucking possible thing to ever get.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh man.
He got
He tried.
fucked.
I love how he tried it. He's like, "Oh yeah, vulnerability, no big deal."
We're like, dude, this is a double dipping damage
Oh man.
on you.
Uh, I would be so fucking terrified if I had vulnerability on the entire lab.
Yeah, it's like that one Argus that got buffed by the curse
Yeah,
aura.
like, no,
Like a
I'm good.
yep, down to 10% health. Like nope, 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 nope.
But yeah, that's great. Like, that
Yeah,
means that you actually
seek
always
them
want to
out.
go do the dark shrine.
Yeah, go get them. Why not? You know,
Yeah.
even how we do it, where like we can split up,
Yeah.
and one of us goes to shrine, one goes to the next area, or opens the door or something. It'll give us something to do in some of those like slow areas.
Yep. Yep.
Secret passages in Argus now only be found in Merciless and Endgame. No more getting wrecked
Right.
by a normal Argus.
Because it's short though.
Right,
And Argus? Oh, Argus doesn't exist in normal and cool.
right.
Okay.
Only Merciless and Endgame.
Right. Right.
Additional treasure keys can be found in special chests throughout the labyrinth. There are 2 keys guaranteed to appear in every lab run. So if you wanted to like open a chest,
now every single wait treasure keys. No, treasure keys is that's the end. He drops treasure keys. Argus drops, or I mean, what's it called? Azaro is those are what he drops.
I
His
see.
treasure keys.
Right, right.
So now it's a minimum of
Ah,
a
so
5
you
key run.
have to do. So you have to do the lab
No,
runs.
remember.
You have to like seek out those keys. Then is my point.
Yeah, but remember though, like previously there was like sometimes there was only a 4 key run, and sometimes there's a
Right. I like
5
this.
key run. Sometimes there's always always a minimum of 6.
Right. So it's about you'll get a new
Or
layout,
always 6 key run maybe.
and you'll have to efficiently think of how to get through it in the lowest amount of time.
More treasure keys though. That's what this means.
True, and I think this is kind of interesting. Like I could see this. Like let's say, if we think back to what we were doing before with your righteous fire and my cyclone guy or whatever.
Yeah.
I could go for the keys while you just go kill the boss.
Yeah.
I can go all the side rooms and like leap slam through everything, and I get all the keys, and just I enter the next boss room and he's dead, and I go to the next one. And like
Yeah.
at the very end,
That'd
I
be
just
good.
come pop all the boxes. So you could have like specialized people going for like certain things or whatever. I like it.
Yeah, that's good.
Lab sounds good again. Updated description that is now used in the Aspirants Plaza. So that's
Because before it was the map development.
Right.
It's not. It's you go into the plaza and it is a cost to open the door in the plaza itself.
Got it. Bizarro fight things have been changed. Conduits now provide 50% less chance to freeze. Shock and ignite in normal, but remain the same in endgame. So, okay.
Okay, so yeah, conduits are less of a crazy holy shit in lower labs.
Yep.
Conduits are like the
Gargoyles.
scariest thing, right?
Endgame unchanged. for gargoyles, which was
End game unchanged. End game unchanged.
curse fonts can no longer appear normal.
Oh, no more normal traps in the final Azara room.
Ah. Okay.
Only a normal lab. So that makes sense. So like the difference between normal and cruel lab is that that's cool.
Traps.
That's a good change.
Right. Get used to the fight in normal, and then okay, now I can do the cruel with some extra pressure.
With traps, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
Golems can no longer appear normal. Endgame is unchanged. Charge disruptors.
Honestly, normal lab for players was scary as fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it is honestly too strong if you don't know what you're doing for totally new players.
Yeah. Like traps going on everywhere and you're running around like crazy and yeah.
Yeah. So this is this nerfing normal and cruel lab is totally reasonable.
Charge disruptors has been nerfed down to 10 charges from 15. I like that. That was and that's for all stuff. So good.
Cool. Oh, and charge disruptors just doesn't exist in normal and cruel. You guys can't handle that. Like,
right.
It's pretty funny.
But even in merciless and endgame, I do like that it's not as like, especially for like physical damage characters. Once he gets 15 stacks of endurance charges, like 75% or like not 75, like 60% physical damage, right? Or whatever it was.
And his crit chance doesn't become like I just auto crit you now.
Yeah.
Like, cool.
Character balance. This is gonna be good. Power charges now grant 40% increased crit chance per charge, down from 50%. Okay.
Power charges are worse. Cool.
Whatever. Soul Eater for us, like I mean, I guess you did a little bit on your, but
on my other
yeah,
guy.
I don't want to say for us. For me,
fucking strong.
It's not
charges are too fucking strong. Like I tell you right now.
Yeah. Soul Eater no longer grant reduced physical damage taken or elemental resistances for players who have it. Monsters and minions will still benefit from physical and elemental.
So Soul Eater is no longer holy shit god mode.
Yep. So Headhunter has been nerfed big time. Which I was happy to. I'm happy to see this because what ruined me on the game was seeing that one screenshot of the guy who was like 1,000 feet tall. Like his foot was in the screen and like, you know, he was literally like this massive size. Like, you know, if the game's going to be like trivial for this kind of build, then. But
the other thing is that kind of build doesn't exist anymore because it was for sure Vol what is it, Volpact? Yeah, Volpact and like 12,000 ES, and that just doesn't exist anymore. Like, you have to invest ridiculous amounts into life, and then you'll only get to like 8,000.
That's what I'm saying. This reduction on Soul Eater means that your reduced physical damage taken and elemental resistance means that it doesn't.
Well, resist. You're already capped, so that's irrelevant. It's just
true. But the physical, then it's one of those things where it no longer makes it where you're unkillable when you have it, and so that's what I'm trying to talk. You know, that's what I'm speaking to. The monsters and minions will still benefit, which means the that thing where
you're still a fucking scary ass shit.
It's good for minions, monsters, but also your minions. There's that one threshold jewel that gives your specters the ability to have Soul Eater for 30 seconds when they, kill. So they still benefit from that reduced physical damage and resistances. So balanced. Silence Curse now only affects the player's ability to cast spells and use war cries, and will not affect the ability of the player to use totems or for the player's totem to use those skills.
So if you already have totems out, silencing you doesn't silence your totems.
Right.
I think that makes thematic sense.
Yep. Chill and Shock now handled differently. Ooh. Chill no longer slows enemies by a fixed amount. Chill will slow enemies for a duration of 2 seconds by an amount based on the cold damage dealt to the enemy. Your purely cold hit, which removes 10%.
So instead of chill being 30% period and the duration changing, now it's just 2 seconds.
2 seconds for a greater amount.
The amount of the chill is increased based on the damage.
And I guess it's 30% down to 0%.
Cool. I
So
don't know if that's good or not. I don't know if I care.
it used to be if you chilled for chill is a 30% slow on
Yeah.
animation. So this is a variable slow based on damage dealt, and will allow you to still chill bosses and other high health stuff. That would
Right, because it's going to be, you're going to chill them, and have any effects that chilling them might incur, but now it's not going to be 30% fucking chill on the boss.
But also it's
That
not
makes
going to
sense.
be a chill that lasts for only 300 milliseconds. It's going to last for 2 seconds. Even if it's a 1% slow for 2 seconds, you can still then have your other, abilities that do extra damage to chilled targets.
Hypothermia.
Yeah, exactly, hypothermia.
So hypothermia will work on bosses.
Right.
That's what that means
Yeah.
right there. That's good. That's good.
With no need for the...
That's a good way to do that.
Yeah. Shock no longer increases damage taken by enemies by a fixed amount for a variable duration. Shock will apply for 2 seconds, increase the damage taken.
Same thing. Sure, shock is now the same thing. I think also good.
50%.
So now you can shock bosses.
Yeah, I like it. So they're changing the whole 300 millisecond thing to actually noticeable.
Good.
That's really good.
That's really good. I really like that change. Just shock and chill.
And that kind of goes back to those skill support gems that we were talking about earlier that increase the duration.
Now it'll increase the duration.
2 seconds might turn into 3 seconds and so on. So
yeah, really good.
Which then, if your third hit does relentless damage or whatever it's called, reckless damage, now that massive hit's gonna, it's gonna be full chill for the duration of till your next hit. That's really good. So good synergy there.
I really like that.
Increased effective chill and shock will increase the amount that each element affects whatever they are afflicting up to their respective caps.
Oh, up to their caps. So it can't be a better than 60% or 50% shock or 30% chill. But it can get it to that cap more easily without doing as much damage.
I see.
I think that is kind of lame. If you're
I don't. I think it's good for flattening the difference between like a build that does a shock build is not one where you have to like shock and it lasts for 10 seconds. It's like it will only shock for 2 or 3 seconds.
No. It's saying, but my point is that you will never get a better than 50% shock, even if you're a whole shock-based build that has that whole gem specifically dedicated to shocking better. Right.
But what that means is you're not totally outclassed by somebody.
Read those next two things. Oh my god, that fucking destroys chilled and shocked ground.
Chilled ground, slowing effect of 10%. Okay, whatever. Shocking ground, increased damage taken by a fixed amount of 20%.
So remember how you were saying that lightning trap was like the only way to shock? Now it's just shit compared to the percent of. Now that makes more sense for making the shock be crazy good if you go heavily into it.
Going back to the increased effects though, let's say you're running with a player that is very shock heavy. You are totally outclassed by his shock that, you're useless. This kind of makes it where you're still of use, because if you're shocking, like if his stuff drops off or if he's out of the area, you're still performing at the same 50% level or whatever. You're still giving something at the same value as somebody else that's investing more heavily into it. His might last longer or always be a 50% bonus. Yours might be a 40% bonus for less, time, but it's not a big disparity between, when I'm running with that guy, shit just disintegrates. So when I'm running with you, it's like whatever. So it's a good flattening between, the best build for shock and, somebody that's more well-rounded. But yeah, wasn't it shocking ground like 50%?
Yeah,
that's massive.
That's a massive nerf to damage, which
that's
is I think a good thing.
Yeah, that's like, shocking ground.
Before you're just like, all right, throw Vol Lightning Trap and set this buff up and set this buff up and like multiply my damage 7,000 times and it dies instantly.
But I'm more concerned about the maps that have shocking ground,
Yeah, yeah.
Now it's not you
'Cause
are
shocking ground
taking
isn't.
50% and you would just avoid those maps and scared to death to do them. And the chilled ground maps were like shit because you're like, fuck, I'm moving slow all the time. Now it's like, okay,
Yeah.
it's a slight pain in the ass, but it's not going, I just have to, you know, there's more room to think about it. So, other non-hit sources of shock and chill,
Which means also remember your Arctic armor chilled ground just totally it made your soul eater totally irrelevant. The chill from your soul eater totally irrelevant because you just had the Arctic armor chill. But now the soul eater ruthless blow chill would be way better probably than the chilled ground chill.
Correct.
Which is I think better because like your hits should be more effective. Just some random effect that you're always using.
Right.
But I think the Arctic armor, which is the next line here, but Arctic armor now slows attackers. So that remember it was 2 effects of Arctic armor when anybody attacked you, then they become slowed, or you left the trail on the ground. The active effect of it attacking you slowed, I think, is also good.
Yeah, it's if they hit you, they are slowed by 30% for 0.6 seconds as a base. Got it.
Right. Yeah, it's good.
Essence of Horror on a shield now slows nearby enemies for 10% for 1 second on block. Okay.
Why would what? Okay, sorry. I read down and yeah, go ahead.
Dietus now slows enemies by 10% on hits with the weapon while the weapon is in the offhand, which had a chilled effect on the offhand. Yep. Chilled ground created players now slows enemies by 10%. Yeah. Vessel Vinctar Shock Aura now increases damage taken by 10%, but the shock on the player still increases damage taken by 50%.
Oh, shock aura. So sorry, I read that totally the opposite. So
the aura you apply to all the enemies
is shit. It's a shit aura that you're giving to the enemies.
Well, no, it says shock aura now increases damage taken by 10%. So it's much
of the enemies. It's of the enemies. The enemies damage taken.
Enemies take 10% versus 50%
for damage. You. Okay, so remember, so Vinctar did 2 things. It shocked you and it shocked everything around you.
Right.
It's saying that you're still taking the same amount, you're still fucked by the same amount, but Vinctar is now not giving you as much damage.
Right.
Which I think is great, because Vinctar is OP as fuck.
And there's a potential that this stacks with normal shocking. So your shock would normally do, like, if you shock an enemy with your, what's it called?
Skills.
Your skills, then this increases that up to 60% shock. So I think that's because it's a different.
I don't think so, because it's still shock aura. It's still the same effect called shock. I think it's just replaced by the other thing if it happens to be stronger.
Yeah.
Which it's just good. Like before, Vinctar is just like, hey, you get a crazy amount of damage and a crazy amount of leech and 50% more damage. Congratulations. Right. Whereas now it's just like, you get those things, but only 10% more.
Right. Guardian of the Minotaur, lightning beams increase damage taken by 50%. Okay. Shock, should be. Didn't know it wasn't. Malachi's Loop. That was the Minotaur fight. Malachi's Loop, 20% increased damage taken while shocked from reaching maximum power charges. So that just changes to the shock.
So it's just like it's just another. There's all these different things where you were getting shocked or you're shocking things, and they're giving.
And usually they were not worth it because you were taking so much more damage. Whereas 20%, you're like, okay, I can probably cover that with like a flask kit, or something. You can do about it more.
Yeah. So like, it's not just holy shit, like this is way too powerful and I will never ever do this ever again.
Right.
Now you can actually make the decision. Kind of like people that played Berserker are making the decision to take 10% more damage.
Right. Piety's Beam during Malachi encounter, no change during Act 4. Increases damage taken by 20% while standing in the beam. Okay. Oh, no change.
Oh, Piety is in 2 places. She's an Act 4 boss, and then she's also in maps. So now the maps gives you 20% more damage taken.
It says during the Malachi encounter, though. No change during Act 4. I thought it shocked you and did damage to you. But whatever. Whatever. Not a big deal.
Oh, okay, I see.
I don't know what the no change during Act 4 means, unless it didn't shock you during Act 4. It did damage you. So, perhaps...
I guess, yeah, it probably didn't shock you.
Perhaps it didn't shock you. So, in the map version, it will shock you and damage you. So...
Oh, not only did they nerf
so there's
shocked ground. Not only did they nerf shocked ground, but they nerfed Vol Lightning Trap on top of shocked ground.
Right.
Wow. They just fuck you to Vol Lightning Trap, pretty much.
Shocking ground and increased damage taken by 15%. So, yeah. So, shocking ground from Fall Lightning Trap is worse than your shocking ground from, like...
everything else in the game.
Your shrine or something, yeah.
Cool. Wow. Good.
Yeah. It's not like a 50% more damage from all sources thing. That's 15%, which is more... Again, I like flattening... I like games when they flatten that skill gap to around 10%. You know, it might be more. 10 to 20% might be more reasonable. Where if somebody has all those things, they're not 500% better than somebody who has some of those things. It's a 10 to 20% difference in playing with other people. But anyways, damage over time rework.
So this is the double dipping thing. Yeah, explaining this would be very hard.
It would. We can just say
doesn't fit anymore.
Double dipping removed. Bleeding is being changed so that it does more damage when the target is stationary. It only did 1/6 of its damage when stationary, but now deals half. Ratio will remain unchanged for bleeding caused by monsters, so you'll be able to stand and mitigate the majority of bleeding damage. But monsters you inflict bleeding on won't be so lucky, so it's a one-way street there. Values. Skills calculate based on the base and added damage. Bleed and Ignite are based on the base damage of the skill, which has always been the case for Bleed, which I'm more interested in.
No, it's the base damage of the skill, not the damage that it deals to you.
Or deals to an enemy. Sense? Yeah.
Or yeah, the enemy, yeah.
Yeah. Whichever. It's still.
But this is important because you can't just mitigate all the damage over time effects by mitigating the initial hit that they did.
Right. Bleeding and poison are now both considered ailments. Durations are only affected by increased duration modifiers and ailment duration modifiers. They're not elemental ailments, so keep that in mind. Ailments rather than status ailments, which is good, can all be wrapped into one. And elemental ailments could be the separator.
Right, yep.
Separate reminder text for those things. Puncture and Viper Strike. Treat bleeding and poison as skill effects, so that bonuses can be scaled better.
Just like Strike. Even more Viper Strike nerf buffs, I mean. Holy shit, man.
Character screen shows Ignite, Bleeding, and Poison DPS. Thank you. Now it's going to be a set thing. So like, if I do 10 stacks of poison, then I will do this exact amount of damage. That's good.
Wow, that's really good.
Bleeding, Poison, Ignite can't be inflicted if the hit contains no damage of an applicable type. So, I think you're wrong there. Cannot be inflicted if the hit... never mind. No damage of an applicable type. So... if you don't do fire damage, you can't ignite. If you don't do physical damage, you can't bleed, etc., etc.
Yep.
One consequence is that incoming damage over time now only checks mitigation once. Means that some enemies, such as a ignite, may deal more damage than they were previously. Okay.
That's what I was saying. Like all the dots are more scary now.
Right. Elemental damage weapons has been elemental damage with attack skills. Okay. The new charge is an attack skill, but not necessarily a weapon thing. These new stats modify all the damage by attack skills, not just the attack damage. That means dot effects.
Ah, right.
Will be affected by elemental damage with attack skills. So you can kind of double dip there if you're doing like a melee fire attack or something.
It will double dip in that you will get the damage on your hit, and you will also get the damage on your ignite, for example. But you will not get the double dipping. You will not. Your ignite damage will not get scaled also off of the hit damage.
Right. So if you get added fire damage, just rough idea, and you hit for 1,000, and your ignite was for 1,000, you would do now like 10% more fire damage on your hit, and then 10% on your ignite, but not
as opposed to 11% more on your.
Right. You do 2,200 versus what it would usually turn to
20.
Yeah, exactly.
Which starts to get crazy once you get more and more multipliers.
All right, guys, I'm getting off.
All right, Han.
Oh, I was surprised you were still listening, man.
Yeah, I was.
I have stream remote, so I don't even know if you're still in the channel. Yeah.
I got.
We're boring you to death. Yeah. Good.
No,
good.
I have work tomorrow, so.
Psh.
3 a.m., dude.
Well, come around. Come back in, like check in, because like Friday we're gonna be most likely playing this. I don't know. We'll see.
Probably, yeah.
All right, guys. Good night. Have fun with your 23 pages.
Yep, we're quarter of the way down. Third way down.
All right, good night.
See you, man. And again, those apply to unarmed, so some other unarmed stuff could come to light.
Face breakers?
Yeah, or just other unarmed stuff, if there are any. Traps and mines are now invulnerable while they're arming. Vulnerable while arming and casting their skill. Thrown directly into a monster to detonate it, cannot be destroyed before it detonates.
So previously
they will always go off.
Yeah, before you can just damage.
I see. While it's
like
placing
AOE stuff.
Right.
AOE, like that's one of the reasons why traps and mines were gay, because certain fights would give like constant damage all over the place, and you could just never kill the boss because your traps would just die before they could go off.
So this is while they're arming, while they're like flowering, they cannot die. They can still die once they're placed, but you can also detonate them like instantly, which would they don't die before they do their cast, their like half-second cast time, and then do their spell. So should make it much more reasonable. All minions deal more damage at lower levels. Comes out to no change at minion level 70 for minions other than raids, zombies, and skeletons. Okay.
So everything that isn't SRS is getting a buff, and SRS is getting
a nerf, yeah. Deal 15% less damage at all levels. Summon skeletons.
Is too strong, and the other ones are too.
So summon skeleton now, and it has been reworked. Now has a base cast time of half a second, and it's been reduced by 60%. It now summons a single skeleton per cast and a base of 5 summoned skeletons. Okay, I like that. I was kind of like, oh, why does it do 2? But I like it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
The warrior attack time has been reduced to 0.8 seconds. Is that an increased reduced or a reduced increase?
And they probably buff skeletons.
But what I'm saying is, like, was it normally 1 second and they mean reduced so it's faster, or reduced from 0.5 seconds, in other words, slower?
Attack time reduced means that it took a second before to attack, and now it takes 0.8 seconds to attack, so they're attacking more frequently.
Got it.
It's a buff. They should just have the Mimi what's it called? This is a buff.
Yeah. This is a buff at the end.
Yeah.
Base damage increased by a lot. The mage cast time has been reduced to 1.2 seconds, so they will cast their spells faster. I think they were really slow. They do this
Yeah.
really long wind up. It's like 2 seconds before, I think. So I like it. I like it a lot. Mages now deal 50% more damage at gem level 20, and significantly more. No longer flee. I like that. I was, the minion thing is kind of a thing like I might do, because I was really liking the summon mages. Might do a skeleton army type thing again. That was a lot of fun when we were doing that, though. You know, we'd have the ball summon skeleton and just pop it like all the time. Beautiful. Labyrinth Helmet enchant for summon skeleton now grants 40% chance to summon additional skeleton minion. Okay, I don't like that too much, but whatever. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Zombies damage increase 45% more damage at level 20. Wow.
Wow,
They were already great. So
the Baron was like a real fucking shit.
yeah,
Now it's wow, that's really good. Wow.
big buff. Ores and curses gain base radius as they level up. So radius now instead of AoE effects. So they've realized they need more range. Kinetic Blast can no longer deal explosion damage to the target it hit with its initial projectiles. Okay. Weird. Wasn't that like ground targeted a lot? Did it ground target? I forget. But okay. Flame Blast, Incinerate, and Blade Flurry have had their scaling. More damage bonus changed to more damage with hits and ailments. So Flame Blast does like up to 110% more damage out of 10 stacks, and 110% more ignite damage. So that's a buff.
Where is it? The guy that we stole the Millennium Falcon to reached out to me.
Yeah.
I was letting him know that we fished it out from the depths.
Sweet. What do you say?
Sorry. He says, "Well, enjoy." And I reach out to him. He reached out to me a while back, and he's like, "Tell Vexus to stop picking on solo players. It's quite annoying since I could only play for a little bit." And that ship took literally 2 weeks of sitting on an island of farming, and blah blah blah. And then I'm like, even Han Solo knew to have a Wookiee with him.
Beautiful.
And
that's a recurring theme in like every sci-fi movie, every sci-fi everything. You never see like a solo guy on a ship flying around. It doesn't happen. It's not gonna happen ever. It's always a crew in any kind of,
at least 2.
It's not like a car, where you just jump in and you can drive it and whatever. Like anything that's moving in 3D space, you are going to need two sets of, stuff going on. So, great. Even all our top, our jets, fighter jets have, 2 people in it. So,
Right.
not all of them, but good number of the high end ones for sure. So yeah, that's cool. So Flame Blast gets.
I think we skipped over something. Auras and curses now have gain base radius. Did you
No,
talk
yeah,
about that one?
yeah, just that. It's gonna make it a bigger radius. That's all.
Yeah, but like before, it was shit, and a blasphemy curse during 2.6 was just totally irrelevant and shit. Like
right.
They were way too good before, and now they became shit. Same thing with auras, way too huge, and now they're actually like a reasonable size again, like the whole screen if you put a lot of effort into it.
Right.
So,
little bit refined. They nerfed the radius hard, and now they're like, okay, we'll give it a little bit of a increase back to normal. Not all the way, I'm sure, but
exactly
the middle ground.
Yep.
Flame Blast and Incinerate and Blade Flurry will now increase both their initial hit and ailments with their damage bonuses. So that's what I was talking about. The Flame Blast will now do 110% more spell damage with the hit, but also the ailment will do 110% more damage when it ignites. So that's a buff to Flame Blast's ignite versus before. Although the damage might be the same, but
but I think that specifically with Flame Blast, those two things are separated or something like that. Basically, they found out during the beta that if you're going to do an ignite, because of the way that this scaled, you were just going to do the only thing to do with ailments was Flame Blast because of that multiplier.
Right.
So they were just like, fuck this, and then it nerfed the ailments on specific Blast.
Yeah, I think
like decay with Flame Blast was like crazy.
Yeah.
Because it multiplied the decay ailment thing.
What I do like, it sounds like they're scaling ignite and so on where it matters. If you see a burning enemy, you know it's getting like roasted, and it's not just another flashy effect that's doing tiny bits of damage. So I do like that. Blade Vortex, more spell damage, more damage with hits for each blade.
Oh, here's an interesting point. That also applies to us.
Right.
So
yes.
The
bosses.
before getting ignited was something you didn't really have to care about. You didn't have a dedicated flask slot for getting ignited. But now you're like, wow, ignites are a fucking scary motherfucker.
Yep. You're in the arena map, and you're like, aha, I've fought these bosses a million times. I'll just tank this Flame Blast. And you're like, burn.
Burn all the way down.
I like it.
God,
you're like, I'm on fire, run. Like, no, stop, drop, and roll.
Oh yeah, later on it says it's like a couple lines down. Flame Blast now deals 55% more ailment damage and 110% more spell damage.
That's 550% more.
No, they basically
ailment
separated
damage.
The spell.
Right.
It separated the spell and ailment damage because before it was just
110 for both. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Still very good. Fire Nova Mines, damage multiplier now restricted to hits and ailments. Okay, it's the same kind of thing. It hits multiple times and stacks each time it hits. Pulses up to like 3 times and then up to 5 times something. Cyclone's additional melee range now applies to unarmed attacks. Cyclone now also uses pathfinding to determine where the skill will take the player, as opposed to moving in a direct line. And that would have probably changed that fight that I was talking about itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the problem. It was a tight little spot. And if I wanted to move around, I would just hit all these little bumps in the walls and stuff in that tier 15 map. It was a tiny little circular area with 4 quarter circle walls inside. So it was a very tight spot. And if I was trying to, cyclone to do damage and also move, you'd get stuck all the time on every little wall. So that actually might fix that whole thing.
Remember you were concerned that Cyclone is going to become a channeled spell? Or channeled skill, and now it's not. So you should be happy.
I mean, not yet. So. Yeah, that's interesting. My main build was the main one that I really like is the one I built with Cyclone. Like, it's very defensive, very powerful, and just like all around just interesting. But has problems in super tight spaces, and that was, I would say, the thing about it. Because if I was trying to leech off the enemy and I'm getting stuck all the time, and just I don't think it would have fixed that fight, but I don't know. Maybe not my first character, because I don't know if the gear is going to be available. Whereas in Legacy League, I did know the gear was going to be available.
Yeah, good point.
Oh yeah, they have the stones. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Do we have any idea if Breach stuff is going to be around?
Yeah, Breach is going to be around. It's going to be hard to come by, though.
It's fine.
There are no... So here's how Breach is going to work. There are no... what's it called? Breaches during leveling process at all.
Right.
0. There is a base 10% chance to get a single breach on a map. and there's a Zana map mod to give breach.
Then it will be common. So okay, it's doable.
Yeah, but it's expensive to summon the breaches though.
So what?
It's just like it'll be common, but it won't be that cheap.
But getting that gear is definitive for the build, and there's going to be people that will do these things and sell that gear, even if it's costly. It's still, it's one of those things that's it's still going to be in the game.
Right. Okay.
It went from Breach League, where there's like thousands of the items for sale, down to Legacy, where there was like hundreds, and it's probably going to be down to tens of items for sale.
Right.
Which is how unique should go. They should be like hard to get.
Right.
So that's fine. Still doable. Herald gem tags. So for the heralds, little self buffs.
I don't know what that matters though. Like, why does Herald matter?
The Herald of Ash, Ice, and Thunder were those.
Yeah, but why does the Herald tag matter?
Because they probably can separate them more and also maybe add more. It's just categorizing them a little bit differently than other stuff.
That probably has an effect that we don't realize. So here's an interesting thing. Herald of Ash doesn't ignite anymore. Now it just burns people. So damage to ignited enemy, stuff like that, will be different. And also you can't prolift the ignite from Herald of Ash.
Yep.
Which some builds were based around, so that kills those builds.
Yeah, it just kind of pulls it into line with some of the new changes.
Yep.
Vortex deals 40% more damage when cast on a Frostbolt. Thank you. It's like, why am I doing this? But okay, that makes sense now.
Wait, what? What does that mean?
So before, you would cast Vortex on your Frostbolt to proc it at range. And you're like, why would I ever do that? Why waste my time procking Vortex at range? Just cast more Frostbolts,
Right.
This says it's going to give 40% more damage to that Vortex when you cast it on a Frostbolt. Okay, now that's a big buff. I'm going to, work that in somehow.
Right, same thing with Ice Nova.
Yeah. So I like that. That's how it should have been. And now it makes sense. Because now you're putting extra effort. You're getting more out of it. You might not ever use it except for boss fights or single target. But now you're like, okay, I could cast another Frostbolt and do 1,000 damage. Or I can cast Vortex on that Frostbolt that already hit the boss for an extra 40% damage. So you're good.
I was reading down a bit.
Okay.
The Caustic Arrow, better. Caustic Arrow buff. Cool.
More scales quickly up to 765 base from 550. It's now modified by projectile damage modifiers. Ooh.
Caustic Arrow buff.
Massive buff.
Yeah, so that's something that's cool for Caustic Arrow. I don't know if I would care about that, but here's the big thing, right? Look at that fucking Contagion and Essence Drain changes.
Well, first of all, Caustic Arrow is because it didn't scale with projectile damage. My Ice Shot build when I tried it was doing like 1,200. No, I forget the exact 1,000 damage per. No, it wasn't that high. It was low. The damage per second of Caustic Arrow was low because it didn't scale. However, that same Ice Shot build that I have that was good could now work it in because of all the extra the massive increase in projectile damage. I think that what was I up like 5? I'd have to look it up. 400% projectile damage. So that plus multipliers is much better. Anyways.
Yeah.
We'll see more of it.
The Contagion. Look at the Contagion stuff, right?
Contagion deals 10% more damage. Level 1. Up to 25% more. 20 and 0.6.
Both of those are relevant.
Cast time. So cast faster and gains area effect radius every 5 levels.
So much bigger radius. So
more damage.
Like Contagion
casting
will hit a bigger area, and it's faster, so it's nicer to use. And Essence Train has 43% more damage.
What?
Than it used to.
Wow.
So Essence Train and Contagion got fucking huge buffs.
Yeah, big buff there.
Yep.
Blight more damage. Straight up buff.
But the problem with Blight is with called. There's a thing. The reason that Essence Drain got a huge buff, by the way, is that Essence Drain was really easy to do crazy double dipping with poison, and even then it wasn't that crazy of a damage of a build. Like, it was good, it was really good, but it wasn't like, you know, with all the double dipping in the world, it still wasn't that good.
Right.
So.
Although the way I've played it, I liked it. How I played it.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
I had a Scion build that did 100 and some thousand damage per cast, or over 8 seconds. But that was the funnest thing, just to like cast once and like run around for, you know, like avoid the enemy, like a boss mainly, because every pack I would just cast once and walk away. Like every mob has less than like 100,000 health, you know.
Yep.
So it was literally a one cast for every pack in the game. Like, it was really fun. But single target was worse.
Same thing,
so that build would be way better.
Yep. And way more of a quality of life improvement with the bigger contagion.
Right.
Quicker.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that, because I played when it was big.
Right. Contagion.
Before the nerfs, before the AoE nerfs.
Right.
So now they're bringing it back in line.
Back in line. Blight. The problem with Blight is that Blight used to be a fucking enormous.
Yeah.
I played Blight when it was fucking enormous.
Cover the entire screen kind of thing.
Yeah, and now it's totally shit, and they didn't ever change that, so it's still shit.
Yeah.
Righteous Fire, less damage. I already knew about that, and it's still good. The spell damage thing I didn't know about, though.
It's nerfed, but still going to be good.
Yep, pretty much. Like, 20% less damage is not a big deal for Righteous Fire. Like, Righteous Fire did crazy damage.
And it's one of those things where, okay, it kills it in... It used to kill it in 1 second. Now it's going to kill it in 1.1 seconds. You know?
Yeah.
Like, okay,
oh, well.
Not going to notice this.
Yep. But we might notice it on bosses.
Right.
Which, it was really good for bossing, so...
Fire trap damage over time is way higher.
Yeah. And there's like there's a change, it might show up later, but there's a threshold rule for fire trap that says if you have blah in radius, I think dexterity, throw an additional fire trap. So much bigger area.
Bigger area
every time you throw a trap.
Or impact damage.
Yep.
Cool. Scorching Ray damage reduced down 25% less at level 20, so... And now it does not...
Yeah, Scorching Ray was crazy with the changes to ailments and damage over time effects. It was like really high damage.
Does not lock targets if you're holding your standing attack key, so if holding shift or likewise key will let you free cast it without locking, which I really hated not really hated, but the auto aiming is kind of annoying.
Right.
Because you would want to maximize it, you want to like whip it back and forth between like a couple enemies rapidly, and if it's locking on,
Temp Chains was affected by itself before.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. That's fucking hilarious. So like Temp Chains was 4 seconds or whatever duration. I don't know if it was 4, but like it was 4 seconds, but because Temp Chains was on that creature, it was 4.8 or something like that.
Right.
That's fucking hilarious.
And that it's on your self-casting temporal chains as well. Like cursing yourself. You're like, okay, this is going to last a long time. But okay. Discipline now grants less energy shield. We know this energy shield has been nerfed.
Yep.
So they're giving you a little bit more energy shield from it. Oh no, they're not. They're giving you less.
A lot less.
A lot less. So, and a bit more increased energy shield recharge rate.
Not regeneration, recharge, which is like you haven't taken damage in a while. So Discipline now has the thing that energy shield is supposed to do. Now it does, like Discipline makes you do it better. Right.
Which is a shield to you take hits, you get out of the line of fire, you regen faster back to max. So
I think that's totally fine.
Glacial Cascade increased. 33% at all levels. Wow. Entirely base physical and 60% converted to cold. Used to do half physical, half cold.
Yeah, yeah. So
and now it's converting.
But that's a huge deal, right? Because here's you understand why? Like before it was half the damage is cold and half the damage is physical.
So you
have
couldn't
to
scale
scale
it.
both.
Right.
So it's scaling it was fucking crazy.
Yes.
But now you can
More
just
damage.
scale it either all cold or scale it all physical or both and
Yep. And
get
perform
way
well.
easier.
Or convert. You can do different conversions where you convert all your physical damage to fire, and the cold doesn't even matter anymore, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you can have a fire-based glacial cascade.
Yeah, do some weird stuff. So
Cool.
a little bit less range, but not too bad. Yeah, I like it. Movement speed cap on raised specters has been doubled.
Thank God. I played specters and they were so fucking slow sometimes.
Yeah. Totems. Some totems have 45% less life and take 45% less damage. This will impact life leached from attacking enemy totems and damage dealt by Righteous Fire totems. So Righteous Fire totem nerf by almost half.
That's fucking really bad for RF totems. Jesus fuck. Well, now I'm gonna have to do something different. Like,
yeah.
That's a big nerf.
This is a buff for most totem builds, however, because if you encountered an enemy that did life leech, they would leech life off of your totems. So now that your totems have less life, they're gonna get less overall life taken from them. So it's instead of your totem having 10,000 health and thus enemy hits, boss one shots it and leeches like 10,000 health back.
I tried RF totems as a leveler and it was really strong, but like kind of clunky and kind of like slow and annoying. And now I'm just not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, I never liked the.
I was fine with the 20%. I'm like, that's bad, but like, that's fine.
You could probably do it with the what's it called? The scorching totem. What is it called?
Scorching ray totem.
No. The searing bond totem.
Right.
Where you drop those righteous fire and you just continuously move, burn stuff. It could be. I'm good too. That's too much.
Too much effort.
Projectile weakness now causes projectiles to pierce cursed enemies. 100% chance. So it's a buff to that for most.
For projectile weakness, but they totally changed how pierce works. Do you want that?
No.
Previously, pierce was like a percentage-based thing, right? So it's like you have a 5% chance to pierce, or you have a 50% chance to pierce, or you have and then once you get to 100%, then you literally pierce everything forever, and piercing like it just scales infinitely, crazy amounts to like once you have 100%, it's crazy good scaling, and before that, it's shit, right?
Right.
Now it's number of enemies pierced. So all of those nodes that previously gave you like 20% chance to pierce and stuff, now it's like additional enemy to pierce, additional enemy to pierce. The pierce gem gives you like 3 additional enemies that pierce.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so I think it's a way better. And I played a projectile pierce based build, and like that's way better. Dude.
I like that because my whole problem with pierce is proccing other effects after a pierce or something, and so yeah, I like it.
Yep.
This projectile weakness means that if you like the old pierce, you can still do the old pierce on cursed enemies. So interesting. Shield charge now. That's gonna have a bit more play in it too because, for example, you almost never use projectile weakness or piercing on explosive arrow, but you could now because if you did curse on hit with explosive arrow, not that you would, saying it's possible. Your first hit would apply the curse. The next hit would cause your arrow to go through to the next target and apply a curse on the next target. So, like if you had no pierced additional enemies, projectile weakness would cause your do you kind of know what I'm talking about?
Kind of.
Like, let's say you have 2 enemies in a row. You hit the first one with an explosive arrow, it sticks a charge in it and applies the curse, but doesn't pierce. The next explosive arrow will apply a charge on that first one, go through him, and stick a charge on the guy behind him. So, and then curse that one. So you could literally, kind of like tearing through a wall. You just like rapid fire into a pack, and eventually everything is cursed, and eventually everything is stacked with explosive arrow. Sounds interesting to me, like how it should work.
Oh, there we go. There's the Viper Strike nerf.
It's like
That makes way more
Yeah.
sense now. I
shield
was like,
charge.
Jesus Christ, all of those changes. Yeah, sorry, I just
Yeah, it's all
couple
good.
lines down.
Shield charge itself gains more damage and not any damage over time, so no more shield charge. More damage
Oh yeah,
to
because the more damage
ailments.
stuff, right.
Blade fall width is modified, increases to area
Correctly.
effect, so its width has been reduced, but it's more, I don't know, whatever.
Whatever, yeah.
Lightning strike, 1% increase lightning damage per 1% quality, instead of 2% chance pierce.
Okay, cool.
What was light? Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
The thing that David did.
Right, right. So just more
This
damage.
is a cool change to Wild Strike.
Puncture description applies bleeding for 8 seconds. Okay, interesting.
You skipped over the Wild Strike thing. Did you read it?
Wild strike? No, I didn't.
Yeah, Lightning Strike and then Wild Strike.
No, there's no wild strike.
What?
Did they update it? It's
They might
edited.
have updated it.
Okay, I gotta reload. Yeah, I have blade fall, lightning strike, puncture.
What? Here.
Do you mean Viper strike?
No, Lightning Wild Strike. Here, I'll link it. I'll send this to you really quick. This is what it says. Discord link sent you. I don't want to reload it because it's probably mine that's wrong.
I know, right?
Wild Strike now grants 100% conversion of physical damage to either fire, cold, or lightning.
Huh.
So now you can just scale all the physical stuff, and it'll convert to fire, cold.
Yeah, I
lightning.
don't see it. So
And then lightning chains faster.
weird.
I'm gonna refresh the page and see if I see it.
Yeah.
Nope, it's gone.
Weird. All right.
Fucking stealth nerf. Fuck it. Fuck Wild Strike. Wow,
So-
okay.
Viper strike damage reduced. Base damage reduced to 115% from 130. Down from 179 at level 20. 60% chance to poison on hit down from 100%. And the duration got massively nerfed, so never mind.
Still might be decent. But
No thanks. It's too much on the edge for me to worry about. I don't care. The 8 seconds was what put it over the top, because you could get in, you know, who knows how many, 50 hits in 8 seconds. So
Yeah.
that's what made it cool for me, like seeing that ramp up. But now if it's like, okay, well I can get 20 hits in 4 seconds, or 20 stacks, I don't know, whatever. Static strike now has a 10% chance to shock at all levels, and gains 1% increased shock effect per increased shock effect per gem
yeah,
level.
so now it's gonna be like a 20 or 31% shock, to whatever
No,
the text.
the shock effect was
50 always.
50%,
Now it's 10.
scaling
Yeah,
linearly down. No,
What?
it's shock is 20%.
I don't know what Static Strike does, dude.
It's where you hit, yeah, you do a melee attack, single target. It then causes you to do a AoE burst of lightning 4 milli or 400 fourth of a second, not fourth of a second, 400 milliseconds later.
Oh, so it's like a static strike is kind of like earthquake, but for lightning.
Right, like a smaller AoE earthquake, and it was actually kind of good. What this does is makes it have a chance to shock at all levels, 10% chance, which is going to last 2 seconds.
Oh, 10% chance.
And then the shock effect, which shock effect is 90% more damage, right?
Not necessarily. It's based on the.
It's sorry, yeah, it's 50%
damage
down to 0. So now it could be.
It's base of 10, or no, base of 20.
Base of 50.
No, shock effect base of 20, because it's gaining per level, so 20% at level 20.
No, I'm saying the normal shock effect
was 50.
Is 50, depending on how much damage you do. If you do 10% of the enemy's health as damage, it will do a 50%.
But it doesn't go over cap. It never goes over 50. So that 1% increased shock effect. So no matter how weak your hit is, it's always going to be a base of 1 or 20% shock effect. That's what I think that's saying. So against bosses, static strike is pretty. Is what I mean.
Yeah, static strike. It was pretty good. It was like not as good as some of the other stuff I was trying with some melee skills, but
same thing with Shock Nova.
Shock Nova, 20% increased shock effect, gaining 2% per gem level. See, that doesn't make sense because I would bring it up to 60%.
Oh, it's increased shock effect, so it's a multiplier on your shock effect. That's what it's saying. I didn't understand before. Yeah, so it's a 20% in multiplier on your shock effect. So if it's 0, then it's still 0. Gotcha.
Right.
There is no base. Right, I read that wrong.
And if you would normally shock and apply 10% more damage, now it's 12% more.
So, gotcha. This makes a lot more sense. For all of these, for Cold Snap and Storm Call and Arc and all those.
Right.
Same pretty much thing.
Glacial, yeah, there you go. Glacial Hammer now is 10% increased chill effect at level 1, gaining 1% per gem level. This is a buff.
This is a buff. But that's the funny thing is because Glacial Hammer is so shit.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking great. That they memed on the fucking weak ass skill.
Yeah.
I love it.
Whatever. Cold Snap.
Vol.
You have something else I don't see? Oh, you are already done?
So
Cold Snap now is 20% increased chill effect. Whatever. Storm Call now is 10% increased shock effect. Okay. Arc now is 10% increased shock effect. Whatever. Just putting those all in line. Description on Summon Golem is updated to reflect that it may not always taunt. Okay, yeah. It's more accurate. Ball skills can no longer be supported by Spell Echo or Multi-Strike. Thank you.
Huge fucking enormous holy shit nerf
yep.
to Vol Flame Fireball and Vol Spark. Huge.
Yes.
Huge nerf.
Yep.
Huge nerf.
Get wrecked. Vol Rain of Arrows now gains base radius as it levels up to +4. So making it more reasonable.
Yeah, Vol Rain of Arrows and Vol Grand Slam were totally shit and irrelevant, and now they're bigger.
More usable.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Rain of Arrows was not, but you would rarely see it. It was good for pinning a boss. I remember using it at one point on my what's it called guy? Ice shot guy, and yeah, like it was just too hard to aim where I didn't rely on it after a while. But you could just pin a boss there and it would be stuck for like 8 seconds or something with multipliers, and it's just like
cool.
Never is gonna get, like, for example, any melee boss just stuck for like a long ass time. You just it's dead by the time it gets out of it.
Right. So support gem balance.
Support gem balance. Descriptions to all gems clarify what can and cannot be supported by each gem. That is good. We need to know exactly what it supports.
Certain things would be really fucking complicated to understand. What the hell? Added cold, lightning are buffed. to be on par. So added
Okay.
cold is way better, and lightning is a bit better.
Wow. Yeah, I
Cool.
was using some of that stuff too. So
Great. Actually, that's a buff to Aberrath's hooves.
yeah, pretty significant too.
Yep. Oh wait, and Aberrath's hooves gets another thing too with what's it called? The burning enemies, right?
Yeah.
The immolate support gem.
Yep.
So cool.
Interesting.
Just thought of that.
It could work as you would think, where an ignited enemy spreads its ignite to nearby enemies. So it actually could be fun.
Yeah, Aberrath's might be even better than
Because
before.
how I always wanted ignite to work, which it never did, is how that immolate kind of works. I think it's the immolate one, where or no,
I
it's
think it was
ignite
proliferation.
proliferation, where you hit that one enemy with like this massive fireball, and it just like scorches the entire pack. Like that's what I want.
Just like
you know, like
yeah,
they all start igniting one at a time, and like from
that'd be cool.
from the it's kind of like a burning cinder. The middle of the pack,
Yeah.
it explodes and it just burns like outward. Everything dies.
Maybe you could do that now with just like a tiny ass single slower projectile fireball, and it just goes.
Yep, it just burns the whole
crazy.
pack. Yeah, that was fun. So cool.
All right, so
melee damage on full life has been renamed damage on full life.
Now
grants
melee.
30% more damage while on full life for supported attack skills. No longer restricted to melee or physical specifically. Damage on full life now grants 1% increased damage per quality. Was 1% increased melee, so it's a nerf.
Yes.
It is it's applying to all things at full life.
And now it doesn't do as much.
For attack skills, so that would work for spectral throw as well, I believe.
Right. It would just do anything on full life.
But it says for supported attack skills, so it's any attacks.
Oh, okay. So not just
not just
really
physical.
CI builds.
Yeah, and
attacks.
It's a 19% nerf on like my build, but those other gems we've talked about before that they've added new are
better.
Buff replacements, yes, or buff replacements on it. So
they're also more interesting too.
Yes. Melee physical damage support now also grants 30% more damage with bleeding and poison caused by melee hits.
Wow.
So
even more strong shit for your gladiator build. Jesus Christ, man.
Oh.
Like, what the fuck?
Physical projectile attack damage support now grants 30% more damage with bleeding poison caused by projectile hits as an attack tag. Okay. Poison support grants 60% chance to poison on hit.
Down from 100.
So that's a bit of a nerf.
Ouch. Fuck.
But not too bad. You could stack that with, I think Viper Strike was on a percentage base
60.
as well.
Yes, Viper was 60.
So you could throw that in if you wanted 100%, do the math. There's some math involved there.
Yeah. 120% chance. Anyway, burning, so
burning damage support.
Burning damage is now more instead of not more. It was used to be increased. Now it's a more. Make sense?
No.
The burning damage used to be 79% increased burning damage.
Right. Oh, okay.
And now it's a more burning damage.
So it's going to be more used much more.
Yeah, and also Righteous Fire is burning damage.
Right.
So there's a buff to Righteous Fire.
Right. That's some of the other burning things that we were talking about earlier.
Yep. So I wasn't looking to do RF because everybody's doing RF, but RF totems sound way more interesting. Can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe that change already went into place, and I already felt how good it was, but I have no idea to know when in the beta cycle that got nerfed.
Right. Trap support now deals 20% more trap damage. Remote mine does 30% more mine damage. And rather than more mine damage to hits, so increases mine support stuff a lot more.
Cool.
Weapon elemental damage support has been renamed elemental damage with attack support. Boost in power at all levels from 40% 35% level 1 up to 50% more elemental damage with attacks. So it's 5% nerf on that.
Yep. Which is fine, I think.
Yeah. Rapid Decay, Swift Afflictions renamed. So that's something to keep in mind. In addition to other sources of damage over time, it now affects damaging ailments inflicted by supported skills and reduces their duration. Now grants 25% more damage over time for supported skills up to 44%.
Better.
And so it's 5% more. It doesn't show the duration. Yeah, so it's probably still the 15% reduced duration, but it now applies to bleeding and poison, ignite. You know, it applies to anything.
Yep, and it's better. So
right, and it's better.
Innervate support.
Innervate support has been reworked. Now grants 20% chance to shock at all levels.
So better, more chance to shock. Oh, it added lightning.
You get a grants innervation buff for 4 seconds on slaying a shocked enemy with a supported skill, and at that innervation gives you extra lightning damage, flat.
So it gives you flat lightning damage, and then if you kill, it gives you even more flat lightning damage, right?
Yes.
Wow. That sounds pretty good.
That's actually really interesting because it grants you
shock chance too.
Well, yes, but it grants you flat lightning damage to your supported skills. It gives you a buff that gives you a added lightning damage to all your skills.
Yeah.
So you could.
But you have to slay the thing with that ability.
Correct.
In order to get the innervation.
Correct, but like having a triggered.
You can like with it. You can cull with it.
Well, it's just more like having a triggered ability, you know, that like your other triggered abilities will have more, impact from this.
Oh right, yeah.
So
like cast while damage taken stuff will be stronger.
Yeah, or cast when crit or something else might have something where.
Good point.
Things are happening with more impact as you trigger that with a certain skill. So pretty cool. It's more interesting. Ice Bite has been reworked. 15% chance to freeze.
Oh, hey, that Ice Bite, that means that the bitter dream, right? Is because that's the only time anybody ever used that fucking support.
Right.
So bitter dream is better or changed.
Yeah. 50% chance to grant a frenzy charge on slaying a frozen enemy and added cold. So similar to Innervate.
Wait, hypothermia now grants increased chill effect? Oh, okay. Wait, really? That's pretty cool.
Cool.
So cold. Sorry, I skipped.
Yeah, hypothermia.
Even better, yeah.
Yep. More.
So Ice Bite, chance to freeze, frozen enemy.
It's just same as Innervate. Just
added cold.
Adds cold. For frenzy charge. So
wow, that's good.
Based on your frenzy charges, that will apply to all your stuff.
Control F, bitter. No bitter dream changes. That's a big change to bitter dream.
Yep.
That's like a really nice leveling item. That got even better.
Chain support's damage penalty now only applies to hits, so that is really good.
Oh, wait, that means that chain is really good for anything involving ailments.
Yes.
Cool.
So something that chains poison, like ethereal knives with chain or, stacking poison on it. Yeah, so cool.
Wait, could you chain burning arrow?
Burning arrow, yes. Explosive arrow, not so much.
Oh, yeah, but burning arrow, though.
Yeah.
which that's cool.
which would be perfect, yes,
Yeah.
if you were stacking the ignites
Or
on it.
caustic arrow, right?
Yes.
Sweet. Caustic
Although
arrow.
I forget it. Yeah, I think that does
I
apply
don't know
on
how
the ship.
caustic arrow works. I don't know how fucking caustic arrow works there.
I'll have to refresh on those, but
Yeah.
it may or may not apply the damage over time.
Here's the Pierce thing. So it's
Pierce
just all
rework.
of these Pierces. All these Pierces. There's a million sources. So we just skip this.
I'll just go over it really quick. Now instead of use number of pierces, pierces a number of targets rather than 100%. Just really like it. Yeah, it's a bunch of pierce stuff. Just the biggest thing to take from this is that it will pierce a certain number of targets. I'm happy to get a single pierce. In other words, it'll pierce one target and then explode on the next target. For example, Ice Shot, when I was using it, pierce was the worst thing. Like a have to avoid pierce at all costs. Whereas now, having a little bit of pierce would be reasonable because now
Right.
that will expire. Each projectile, it'll pierce one thing, do its explosion, hit the next thing, terminate with its explosion. Like it's nice.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
Item balance. Divination cards. Energy shield. 20% reduced item or reduced energy shield on items, roughly. Elrond nerf.
So, like flat ES is nerfed. Elrond can no longer craft the energy shield mod on rings, only on amulets. Yeah, so that's really big because it was 20%, right? Was that 20% increased energy shield on both rings? That's so fucking big.
Yep.
Like imagine you could do 30% fucking life on your rings.
Right.
Like that was insane. That was insane, man.
Yep.
Like, and now that's gone. So good. Fucking that was so OP.
Defenses have been increased at higher levels by 20%. So you get more oomph of armor and evasion and
Yeah. So
ES even
before
at higher
it was
levels.
So all of the things that were previously, all the mods and all of the items that were previously hybrid, you get more total stats out of the hybrid, but like before it was like 50-50 and now it's 75-75. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the hybrid stuff is much stronger than it used to be.
Even though ES as a multiplier is getting much like a big nerf, the flat added up front can be higher to give you more of a bonus out of it. 'Cause sometimes you're like, it's only giving me like 20 ES, so like screw it. Now you might be like, okay, it's gonna give me 75 energy shield, so that's pretty good.
The other thing about this is that it's harder to get. It's impossible. You cannot get as high of ES numbers as you could before, but
Right.
you can actually craft way higher low numbers, like the way higher crafts from Haku.
Yeah, I see that down below.
ES. Yeah, so it's easier to get into, to like craft into a good item.
Right.
But it's way higher or way lower of a
Harder to maximize it to crazy levels.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is ES stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so
Basalt, I'm down to Basalt Flask. Yeah, there's a lot of little stuff. I'm just skipping over some of this little stuff.
Basalt Flask is a significant nerf.
15% additional physical damage reduction down from 20 and lasts for 4.5 seconds down from 5. Yeah, it's,
reasonable.
Reasonable.
Like, that's totally that probably should have been changed a while ago, honestly. Like it's too strong.
Add a new magic and rare weapon suffix for ailments. Okay.
Okay.
Freezing and
bleed and poison chance though.
Yep. Those are suffixes though, so you could have
suffixes?
Yeah, so in other words, you could have a weapon, one of the mods could be of bleeding.
Oh wait, that's really good because all the damage are prefixes. You could have a suffix of like
Right.
bleeding and oh wow, that's really good.
So all these are really good for, you know, bows. Usually you couldn't have like a bow that just poisons based on its bow. This is a massive increase to itemization.
Yeah, dude.
You
Think
could have
about
a
that.
fire bow. You could have a bleeding. You could have a like
Fire ignite bow. This makes
Ooh.
the options for rare bows, rare any weapons way
right.
better. Oh wow, and there's increased poison and burning and bleeding damage.
Yep.
So you could have theoretically you could have like a weapon that has more flat damage, like say a physical weapon, right? A physical damage with more flat, more increased, and poison and bleeding damage.
Yeah.
Like that's never gonna happen, but like that's really cool.
All right. That's what I'm saying. The itemization is going to be more,
Wow,
like, you can have a rare, quote, burning sword,
Yeah, that's
your fire sword.
fuck yeah. That's
You'll
really
actually
cool.
have that. Like I don't have anything related to ignite, but my sword now does, chance to ignite. Like might have to do some fire damage in there, but still, it's cool. Falling mods, freezing,
Jewel
freezing,
mods.
mods.
Yeah, the jewel mods. Look, so the chance to freeze and shock and ignite duration, those were all totally shit before, and now they're still shit but less shit. Remember, it was 2 to 3. Now it's 3 to 5.
Definitely not. Shit. Actually, this is massive. Well, it's not massive because the double dipping is gone, but
yeah, exactly. But like 5% chance to ignite from a jewel is not bad at all.
Yeah, the thing with the chance to ignite stuff is, for example, Oro's Sacrifice gives you a frenzy charge on igniting an enemy, and so you normally would have to use the gem, the chance to ignite support gem.
Actually, the chance to ignite support gem now has like 27 or something, like 29% increased fire damage, so it's totally reasonable to use.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's one of those things where you might be able to find something that gives you more damage out of it if you can find chance to ignite elsewhere. Not that
it's just quality of life, like always igniting that. It could be really, really convenient. Like, yes, you could theoretically do it, but it's not that big of a difference in damage multiplier.
So yeah, the jewel mods have some added ones: poison, bleeding, venom. So just some added mods on jewels.
Good.
Some more itemization.
That also makes it harder to get the jewels that you want, by the way.
Correct. Yep.
Even more mods like dilutes the pool.
Yep. So price increases on the
jewels, which were
inflation of supply.
Yeah. So this is something that here's something that what you should do at the very beginning of a league now is, before it was a good idea to have a lot of whoops for like jewels for popular builds or builds are going to want particular mods, and now you're going to want them even more.
Yeah.
Like by a lot. So like especially Righteous Fire. There's all this Righteous Fire mind over matter stuff going on right now. Mm-hmm. So all the Righteous Fire jewel combinations I'm gonna have on whoops, for example.
Yep.
I made so much fucking currency on like buying and selling those things.
I mean,
did, like probably like 300 chaos on that.
When I think about it, like Legacy League, like I was rich, I was like soaking in currency, and it's like never spent much of it. And not that I remember dropping like 400 chaos on the that one jewel nightmare thing.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, whatever.
You actually got it? I don't even remember.
Yeah, I don't think I got the second part of it. Maybe I did.
Oh, so you got that red dream but didn't get the
nightmare
part?
Right. Which whatever.
You still never got the like full on mode of that build.
Right. Which is whatever. Like it's literally whatever.
No, dude, it's like it was like 16% or something crazy, like block chance.
But I mean, it still wasn't necessary, you know.
No. But it just is a really big multiplier.
Yep.
Not multiplier, but like
I
damage.
guess what I'm talking about more is the fact that the cost. I never spent that currency. Like I got a lot of currency, but didn't spend it all, and now it's like a waste in a sense. Not a waste, but it's like that's what I was trying to say. Like spend the currency.
Spend your fucking currency, yeah.
Spend
Where
it.
I did. I spent my fucking currency.
Right, and I get that, but at the same time, like that's just more something I would convey to. I don't care personally, because there's nothing that I really wanted that I did was like, nah, I'm not gonna buy it. It was fun to just be able to like come up with a crazy build later on, like with the Martyr of Innocence, and like throw chaos at it, just like get something good.
Right, yeah, that's true.
So it felt very good to play like Legacy League and so on, and I think they've really worked on the economy where feels very good. Not hard to get rich.
So if you look down a bit, remember I was saying the 75% of their pure counterparts prefixes the armor like a little bit lower.
Yeah, let me.
75%. But anyway, where are we at?
Strength-based shields now have implicit that grants life. Okay. Dexterity gives movement speed. I was using a hybrid.
Which is the reflect one?
Either chance to dodge or dodge spells.
Oh shit, that's good. That's so good, man.
So dodge
like 75% chance to block, and then you could also dodge.
Yeah. Which I had spell dodge up at like 56 base or something, or 40.
Oh my god, you could have like even more spell dodge. Holy shit, man. Dude, can you imagine that fucking dude? Your build, you gotta play it again.
I know, right? It's like, hey, we're buffing physical damage. Hey, we've got these cool little interesting new gems for you. And hey. Bleed's getting a little. It's kind of a buff because they're putting everything as ailments. It was so hard to scale Bleed. Now there's actually gems for it. And the only thing is they're nerfing ES. However, remember my ES wasn't based off of multipliers to ES on the tree. It was based on the shield stuff. So actually, I would get a buff. I would get a buff on the ES.
I don't know. I don't think you actually would.
I would, because they said they're increasing the hybrid bases.
Yeah, but I think that the best possible shield would be worse for you now.
Right. Okay, I see that. The modifiers are probably less. So
you'll get more. You'll get way more.
Actually, I don't know.
Oh, no. Here's. Oh my god.
It might be really good.
Okay. No. Here, I got it. So you will get less evasion and less energy shield from that. But so the hybrid ES and evasion shield 4, right?
Right.
You had two different kinds of mods. You could have flat ES, and separately you had flat evasion, and you wanted both of those. Now, neither of those mods exist. The only mod you can get is both flat evasion and energy shield together in a single mod.
Really?
Yes. So that means that now you can get a multiplier on your ES and evasion, and flat ES and evasion, and
weird
and life, which you couldn't get before.
Right. Okay.
So now your total evasion and energy shield would be lower. Actually, your energy shield would be lower, your evasion would be higher, and your life would be higher.
Deal.
Which I think is easily better. I think.
Deal.
Yeah, totally deal.
Add a new prefix for armors, so they can only appear on hybrid armors, and replace them. See, this where it says these can only appear on hybrid armors. Oh, and replace the pure. That's what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Yeah, you replace the pure, and now you can only have the hybrid flat.
So 75%. So normally it was like 100, and the max was on the shield was like 100 and.
It was the same flat as the pures, but now you get 75% for like 75% in a single mod.
Right. So you get the But what I'm saying is total energy shield would be slightly less. But the fact
Total
that
evasion would be slightly less though too, but it would be in a single mod.
right, and it's one of those things where
It also would be easier to get that single mod because you wouldn't have to rely on like 3 tier 1s as a single tier 1.
right, and then I could also it would just be easier to itemize with life in there because
Yeah.
it's a big hit like to
not have that
not have
like
that extra 100 base.
98 life or something like that. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. Cool. But also just in general, this is really nice. Like the hybrid items were always shit.
Yeah, now they're more
Like totally reasonable to actually grab.
which also
Actually,
is a
that skill
buff
dodge.
to that summoning build that I have.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
of this
true.
stuff.
Yeah, all of it is good for the stunning build.
My dodge summoner.
It's just it was so fucking weird.
It was the craziest thing. But I had like 8,000 total, life in ES and never got hit, blinded everything. Right?
Yep.
Minions doing all the work. Never scared on that build at all. It's almost boring to because you have no like, all right, I'm just waiting for shit to die and okay, and move on. And it wasn't fast or anything.
Okay.
It was just
So what line were you at? What is
added new prefixes for armors and so on.
Okay, yeah.
Added new suffix. Added new.
Okay, actually, these are important.
Added new prefixes for armors.
Yeah. So back up. Mods for shields.
Where's that?
You can have increased elemental damage. So.
I see. Added new mods for shields, which are restricted to specific types.
So like you can't have, physical damage on a non-strength shield. I'm sure.
Right.
So physical damage, elemental damage, armor and block chance together. That's cool. It's really good. Life regen per second. Fucking nice.
Chance to dodge.
Life gained on block. Mana gained on block. Would you care about that?
Not mana. Life, maybe. It depends on how much it is.
Right. Chance to dodge. Chance to dodge spells. That's really good. I thought it was an implicit though.
Well, these are new mods based on the types of the shield. So if it's like a, like you said, strength one is probably where, like a strength shield would probably be the only one that has increased life regen.
Yeah. But the chance to dodge spells, you might be able to get that.
Right. That's going to be on. That sounds like something that would be on a hybrid. It's based on their attribute requirements. So if it requires Dex Int, then yeah, you would probably get like a dodge spell. Makes sense, right?
That would be really good. I'm imagining you crafting a really fucking ridiculous shield on your build.
Yep.
If you do that build.
Right.
But I mean, you've done it like twice already, so if you don't want to do it, it's good. But like,
I mean, they're buffing it each time.
yeah.
Legacy was way better than Breach.
But here's the thing, right? Like, it's good. It's very good. It's very strong. It's really but you played it a lot, so that the actual act of playing it can get dull and old. So that might be one of the reasons why you're like, about playing, because that particular build, like, it's good and really cool. And you should probably write a build guide on it, but like, in terms of actual playing it now, probably.
Well, if you remember, I played that Ice Block guide at level 90, so.
Right.
Or Ice Shot build to level 90, so. I played plenty of something else.
Here's another thing about the Worlds Adrift versus POE thing. Like, when there's only 2 of us, playing POE makes a lot of sense. Whereas when we're all on, Worlds Adrift makes sense too. Like.
Yep.
So probably, like, let's assume for a moment that Neil will like the game. Probably will. It's a fun enough game. He has people here to teach it to him because it's a complicated ass game too.
Mm-hmm.
We could like play POE for a little bit, like maybe a week or something like that, and then get back into Worlds Adrift and also POE together. Like,
right.
Because that's one of the issues.
4 hours at the beginning of the day for some Worlds Adrift, down 10 ships in 4 hours, and then go when it dies. The POE.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I totally see that.
Yeah. Because, like, also when you want to play playing solo and want to be streaming, if you want to but like playing solo in a game like POE makes way more sense than.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Chance to avoid ailments is shit. Increased attack and cast speed. Chance to avoid stun. Yeah, like some of those are shit, but some of them are really fucking strong.
Yeah.
Like chance to dodge spells.
New armor prefixes that can only appear on. That was the next one. New prefixes. They are not restricted. Added armor and life. Added evasion and life. Added ES and life. So those are new combos.
But that's for only rare items. So you cannot get like 114 or whatever, or 130 or something crazy life on a normal non-rare armor piece. I think armor is the chest piece, by the way, not anything. No, it's body armor. No, it's all armor. So
Yeah.
wow. That means gloves and boots and helmets too.
Yep.
What did you have as a helmet? Oh, right, the other thing. You had literally all
Breach.
uniques, didn't you?
Everything, yeah, was unique besides jewelry.
Fuck.
Good. New suffixes: reduce physical damage taken, chance to dodge attacks, percent max ES regen per second. Oh, interesting. ES regen suffix on body armor.
Oh, interesting. That you could even use that as a hybrid build.
Yeah.
Like hybrid life ES. That's cool.
Yep.
Really cool.
Magic and rare weapon prefixes: increased fire, lightning, and cold. Source of increased weapon elemental damage will replace with increased elemental damage with attack skills. Trying to refine that even more. All unique items that previously granted poison hit now only give 60% chance. So poison is going to be just more of a chance to poison thing. Crafted mod +1 maximum skeleton down from +2. Mod for ignites grants 6 to 10% chances up from 2 to 5. Leo. Yeah, you're not playing RF anymore.
I'm not playing RF called
Leo's
low life righteous fire anymore.
Leo's crafted mod now reduces the damage over time taken by 5%, down from 20%.
20.
So
Yep.
15% wreck the damage taken.
Pox destroyed that fucking build that had existed for a long time. Like a long time.
Yep.
That build that existed.
That's why I like finding different builds that are just unknown, because I'm not gonna. Well, now I might show them off, but like it's one of those things where if nobody knows about it, like that's your baby, like nobody can fuck with your build.
No one can fuck with your fuking baby.
Like
build,
nobody's like, I remember that one guy like asking about like, what the fuck, what's your build? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, what do you mean you don't know? He's like, where's your why is your profile private? I'm like, I don't know. It's like, what the fuck? Why won't you tell me? I'm like,
Don't feel like it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's my baby. Been growing this thing. Might as well, do it again anyways, just for the sake of growing it.
You're probably gonna make multiple builds, so.
Yeah. And again, it is so unique. Like it would be a good thing to just show off, and somebody would come along and be like, oh wow, like that's weird.
Like I'm sure that people have thought of that build before, but not to that extent.
I don't think so, dude.
Or I mean, like they thought of certain aspects of that build. So like some people have put it together that tons of armor with that chest piece.
Yeah.
And some people have put it together that chest piece in that.
But I just remember that Reddit post.
Some people have put it together.
Yeah, but
you can.
Like 99% of that Reddit post where somebody posted about that that chest piece, there's only the one guy, which I think was the OP of the post, saying, no, this could actually boost your armor like massively, and everybody else was just shitting all over it, like, armor's not good enough, and this and that.
Poop, man.
Yeah,
so
like
bad.
this and that. It's like, okay, sure.
But this said, something that's really important to note is that armor is much 3.0, like a lot.
It's much what?
But it's much worse than 3.0.
Good.
But specifically because anything that poisons you, it the poison is no longer like that's really big
Right.
deal. Like we got poisoned all the time and we never even noticed it. Like all the time.
Yep.
Now it's really fucking big deal that we have to constantly think about and deal with. We might even want to do a poison flask.
Right.
Like I have a feeling that poison will totally wreck us.
Yeah.
Because that monster's base hit completely unmitigated by all of the fucking crazy damage stopping that we have. All of that poison damage is coming like shit.
Yeah, I'll have to see how that works. Because I know here's the thing: is dodge then becomes more powerful because dodge mitigates
True. Yeah.
the on-hit effects. So.
Yeah. True. That's a really good point, actually.
And so small increases to dodge are going to be great quality of life increases. So.
Yeah.
Decay from Essence of Delirium, nerfed again, 500 DPS down from 750.
That's literally half of what it used to be.
Yes, literally half. They like introduced it God tier, and now they're like, yeah, 8 and that lasts 8 seconds instead of 10. So it's gotten the nerf
and
hammer.
8 seconds?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's way it's
way worse. Yes.
Way fucking worse. Holy shit.
Than where it was. It's still probably good and can scale well with a bunch of the other stuff that is possible.
Yeah,
with it.
I mean they did increase a lot of the possible multipliers for it, so
Right.
I get why they changed it, but like damn that got nerfed.
Yep. Essence of Delirium on a body armor now reduces the chaos damage over time taken by 25% down 50%. So never used that, but it's
so now that poison is a real fucking problem, fuck you.
yeah, exactly. Like, oh, you're gonna mitigate it with that thing? Nope.
That said, there is an essence or not a pantheon change where you can take less damage over time, and you can upgrade it to take less chaos damage over time.
So that makes sense that they're working in the pantheon stuff too. So that's something we haven't even really gotten like to see too much. So
yeah.
All right. Unique item balance. There's going to be so much. I'm going to just, if you see anything, call it out. I'm just going to go slowly and like just if there's anything that stands out to me that I've used or Brutus Lead Sprinkler no longer adds 2 to fire damage.
It's a buff. It looks like a buff, but it's can't stack them together anymore. It's like based on the weapon itself and no longer your character. I don't know how they changed it, but that looks like a buff, but it's not a buff. It's a nerf.
No longer adds 2 to 4 fire damage to attacks per 10 strength. Now grants 4 to 7 fire damage to attacks with this weapon per 10 strength. So
yeah. So if you have a single weapon that you use, it's good. But if you double it up, it's no longer as good.
Got it.
And it also changes
with the weapon. Yeah, it halves
it's
the total, out. Well, it doesn't half. It's what's the difference? 8 to 7.
It's not. It's not just 4 to 8, and now it's 4 to 7. It is different though. Like
it is based on like multipliers and so on. I know, but
but I don't know how it exactly works, but with this one I haven't like looked into it. But they did the same thing to what is it called? They did the same thing to Hand of Wisdom in Action.
Right.
The Howa build. It looks like a buff in the exact same way as this. Oh yeah, it's right there. It's right above it.
Right.
It looks like a buff, but
I get it. I understand what they're doing, and they're just making it so it's flattening the damage a little bit. Where if you didn't have 2, you were fucked, and now it's like if you wanted to use it one hand, you're just as good.
You're not though. There's something about it where it doesn't grant it to your character only on the weapon. And
right. It says added to attacks with this weapon. So if you're using a main hand attack, right? Like what's it called?
Yeah.
Any main hand attack that doesn't use your offhand, Brutus Lead Sprinkler was giving you bonus of your offhand as like a stat stick.
Yeah.
Whereas now you might use a shield or you might just so it's flattening the ability to use them as a
I get that
as a stat
point,
stick.
but I think there's something else involved with it too that I don't remember. There was a whole big like development manifesto on this shit, and
No,
there's something about where
this is it, because if you think about it, using
but
two
it's not
Howas is no
it's
longer.
it's not just like the 4 to 8 versus 4 to 7 on Brutus's Lead Sprinkler. That's like a better example. If you use 2, like using 1 now, it looks like it's a little bit of a nerf on the top end of the damage, but it's much bigger nerf than that. And I don't know how to explain it because I don't remember how it exactly works. But
Right.
like,
Well, the reason is because it's not adding to anything else. It's only adding to attacks with this weapon. So, for example, Molten Strike had projectiles that took added damage because they're projectile attacks.
yeah. So the projectiles also did increase damage.
And so I think what I see happening though, and is a good thing. If you were doing Howa, you needed 2 of them. You didn't just need 1. And now you can go get now, because if you had 2 of them or 1 of them, you're still going to do the same damage per attack. You might use a different offhand now. And so you're going to have much more diverse builds.
Actually, with Howa, you almost certainly with Howa will want 2 still, because it increases your
intelligence.
Intelligence. That's a multiplier in intelligence. So it's just a nerf to Howa.
Potentially, but you might use the Esh's Mirror or some other craziness. Like who knows?
That,
I'm just saying, I can see the damage being flatter, so you might do more damage with 2 Howas, but you might do 10% less damage, but gain a lot of utility by using a new offhand. And it won't be such a disparity where you just don't do anything except 2 Howas or 2.
I need to look into this, because like there is something specific that I just am not remembering about no longer having that damage on your character, and it's only on the weapon.
Yeah.
Like there's something about the way that it multiplies and scales or some shit.
Right.
Like, but it somebody did the math and it was like half the damage with Lead Sprinkler.
Sure.
But even then, it was actually really fucking ridiculously strong.
Yep.
Like Brutus's Lead Sprinkler, like that was a really fucking and now that you can have a shield with it, like that's really fucking cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just you can have more options. Chevron Wrappings ES has been reduced to 100 to 150% increased.
Yeah, that nerf is on top of the base.
Everything else, yeah.
Yeah, like so Shavs is way worse than like the changes to like what's it called, the Vol Regalia.
This unique item balance should be unique item nerfs, because it's all like reduced.
Because of the ES changes.
Right,
This is all ES changes right here.
See.
And that said 1,000. Did you see the very first one? 1,000 ribbons, like the level 1 item. It no longer has 50% reduced cast speed, and it has added.
Yeah,
fire.
but it's one of those things where I'm almost never going to use it. I'm just looking at stuff that like I've seen is like kind of good.
No, seriously, like it doesn't matter very much, but 1,000 ribbons was a really fun and interesting thing to have as a low-level character, and now it also you can do it as a spell.
But I'm just saying it's not big enough for me to look at. Like there's so many changes here. I'm just skimming. I know what you're saying, but I'm trying to look for stuff that I'm
build defining.
Yeah. Hyon's Fury now increases damage taken by 1% per frenzy charge. That is a huge buff.
Where is it?
HYAON's Fury. Below. Yeah, it's down a bit.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
So that used to be like 5% per frenzy charge or something. Or 2 or 3%. Where if you had 8 stacks of frenzy charges, you were taking like 40% extra damage or some nonsense. So this makes it usable. I was actually using it for a little bit and like wondering, why am I getting wrecked?
And then you read it.
And then I was like, oh, I did the math. I'm like 8 times. You know, like, holy
oh, wow.
shit.
Bisco's collar is going to be fucking expensive as shit now. Oh, my God. Before it was 100 and it was 150 and that was it, period. Like Bisco's color had almost no variation, and now the good Bisco's colors are going to be
worth more.
As fuck. Yeah. Wasn't Moonsorrow? Wasn't Moonsorrow really fucking good?
I don't know.
Moonsorrow was the one where it's like converts to cold or something?
No. Right?
No, I'm thinking of Freeburn. I forgot what Moonsorrow does.
Yeah, I don't know.
These are so many.
Yep. Facebreaker, global crit, lowered to plus 30%.
That's not a huge deal.
Right. Abyssus, crit multiplier lowered.
Good.
Whatever.
This is that's yeah. Grand Spectrum, that's a big buff. Wow, that's a big buff. Grand Spectrums. All the Grand Spectrums are way better now.
Interesting. Yep. Ring of Blades. You told me that. Now grants 5 additional projectiles for Ethereal Knives, down from 10. So instead of dishing out
Instead of 20 knives, now it's
20,
just,
it's 15.
Oh, okay. So Wise Oak has been significantly nerfed because it was OP as fuck.
Damage penetration was 10. It was 20%.
Yeah, it was 20% before.
So now it's a range of 10 to 15 or something.
Yeah, it was just straight up 10%, 20%. I'm sure.
Witchfire
Brew. It was just increased. So like it's weaker, but it's not like a huge nerf.
More physical damage on Lion's Roar changed. Okay, whatever.
Oh, that's a significant nerf. Like it used to be 30%, I think.
Yeah, all these flasks seem to be getting nerf.
Good. They were all too strong.
Following changes cannot be obtained by rerolling with Divine Orb, Glitter Disc. Now grants.
Adrift got nerfed. Lion's Roar got nerfed. Taste of Hate got nerfed. Wait. Vessel of Inktar no longer has lightning damage leached as mana during. Wow, that's so good. Thank God. So many builds were getting all of, like, literally 100% of their damage, their mana leeching damage thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's their only way to get mana. Now they actually worry about mana as a mechanic in the game. Honestly, the Dying Sun nerf was unnecessary as fuck. Like, that, I don't know why they changed Dying Sun. Like, it was honestly, the AoE doesn't do shit anymore.
Yeah.
Kiara's got nerfed? I don't know if Kiara needed a nerf.
I'm down at Lionized Glare.
Breath of the Council. I think that's a buff to Breath of the Council. Yeah, I think that's a buff. Wait. Choir of the Storm no longer grants negative 30% lightning resistance? Why? That thing was so fucking good.
I don't think it was used that much.
It was used as, like, Choir of the Storm was a huge. Oh wait, which one was?
It gave you crit chance based on your overcap. So.
But that gives you 30% more crit chance, or not more, but increased crit chance.
Yeah, but I think it's.
Every single Howa build used this. Like, this is good.
Sure, I mean, but then they also got nerfed on their main attack, so on the weapons.
Glitter Disc now always ignite while burning. So if you are burning for some reason, you will always ignite.
Glitter Disc it's an item that I use for leveling. Yeah. Actually, so it's weird.
I think that's one of the items we get from Uber Lab. I think
that's
the Uber Lab item.
Yep. 25. It also always ignite while burning, and you have a 25% chance to avoid fire damage when hit. It's like, this is my favorite. Like, that's part of why I like the build, is like I know this shield is the shield for this leveling this build.
Yeah.
And it's like so easy to, if you get that, excellent. And so there's always ignite while burning. So interesting.
At Ziri's Mirror, what the fuck is that item? That sounds cool as fuck. While cursed?
It's really high. It's 50% reduced curse duration. So now has 10% additional chance to block while not cursed, and 20% additional chance to block spells while cursed.
That's 20% spell block. That's so good.
While curse though.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, you can curse yourself sometimes in certain builds.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is this?
It was okay, but not for me. I was going down my ice shot build used Lionized Glare as its end game weapon, and it
Really?
now grants
do?
far shot. It
Ooh.
cannot miss basically, so didn't have to worry about chance to hit. And it was very high damage, and now grants far shot, so more damage at range, up to 30% more damage, depending on how far off it was, which my build used because I killed shit from far off screen. So
Yeah, that's really good.
it's like I get free far shot. So
All of your fucking builds are getting buffed, and mine are all getting nerfed. You bastard.
Death's Oath.
Okay, let me see that. Adiri's Buckler, Adiri's Mirror, Cursed Reflection. That's the thing that reflects curses on you. Yeah.
If a monster curses you, it goes back. It also curses themselves. That's what reflection does.
Oh, okay.
So they curse you with that, plus your curse only lasts half as long. So
No, it's reduced cursed duration on you.
yeah, that's what I said. So normally it would last 8 seconds. Now it's 4 seconds.
I think this is really good.
It is, and with it's a bit of a buff, but I don't know if it's nothing I'm.
It's also 20 to 30% all res.
Yep, which I think is nerfed then, because I thought it was 50 all res. It was a good merciless leveling item.
Yeah. No, it's never been. Wait, let me see. Yeah, it's never been 50% all res.
So yeah, then it was still the all res plus the
30% all res is crazy though.
Yeah.
On a shield, really good.
Anyways, going down.
Yep. Okay.
Following changes, I'm just looking. Grand Spectrum is now limited to 3. That's why I got buffed.
Oh fuck.
Shared across.
Never mind. The Grand Spectrum was crazy good.
Shared across
it's...
all versions of Spectrum, so you can't. You can
fuck.
still reach similar levels, but with less investment. So.
I don't think you can.
Oh, not okay. When I say similar, I mean you can reach 25% of the level for less investment.
You could previously get 10,000. Like you could get 9 Grand Spectrums. Where does it?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I did a build with 12, so yeah. Or looked at a build with 12.
Yeah, it was 15 mana before, so you could have 9 Grand Spectrums, or let's say 12. Let's do the 12 example, right?
Mm-hmm.
12 Grand Spectrums, 15 times 12 times 12. 2,160 mana.
Yeah.
Base mana.
Yeah.
Not even multiplied. And now the max you can get is 270 mana from 3 of them. Big nerf. But also a flattening, about. Alright. So many fucking. Are you still scrolling through these?
Yeah, I'm just going down. I don't really see anything else. I see a couple things, but nothing that I won't see in the game. Nothing is standing out as a massive change that I need to worry about myself. There are all sorts of stuff, so they're just unique items. There's so many unique items. I'm down to items that inflict bleeding or poison at this point.
They're retro changing some items.
Yeah.
The existing items will now be changed as opposed to legacy versions. Wow. Your Vessel of Ingtar, legacy Vessels of Ingtar, no longer leech to energy shield. You are fucked. Oh man. Fuck me.
All weapons which previously inflicted bleeding or poison on hit or critical strike now only inflict bleeding or poison on hits or critical strikes with that specific weapon.
That's why it was changed. Shit, are they all changed like that?
What?
Voice of the Storm / Choir of the Storm now no longer grants crit strike based on uncapped lightning resist. Instead, grants it based on your lightning resist. Does that mean that they did the same thing for the other two?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Didn't see anything about it. Again, that's why I'm saying it's, you know, still open-ended. For now.
What was it called? Perfect Form, right?
Yep.
Ah, fuck, my keyboard is not near me right now. Ugh. Let's do a Control F for perfect.
Fix several interactions with perfect form Arctic armor and sources of blah blah blah, and that's it. So, win.
Fuck, that's awesome. What was it? Formless, or no, Formless Flame.
Yep.
Formless, nothing. Cool. All right, so are we done with the
couple
new
changes
items?
to items that inflict bleeding or poison. One-time passive skill reset due to balance changes. There'll be a reset. Doesn't really affect us. So there's that. Due to significant changes, damage over time. Skills have been adjusted. I'm at passive tree balance now. I'm trying to like.
Whoa, this is big.
What?
Many other weapons which previously inflicted bleeding with 100% now only have a 25% chance to inflict bleeding. This includes at Leary's disfavor.
Yep.
Wow, that's a big change.
That's a big nerf to that weapon.
Oh, what about what was it called? The looking path. Gladiator Ascendancy. That might have changed you on the chance to bleed.
Yeah, we're at the passive tree balance, so we're gonna see if that changes because there's not too many.
Gratuitous violence.
Yep.
Look at that.
But so passive skills that granted melee attacks a chance to cause bleeding now grant that chance to all attacks, just melee. Excellent.
Oh wow.
Excellent. So gratuitous violence now will be usable for, you know, potentially spectral throw weirdness. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like anything.
That's cool.
All weapon passive skill clusters except those for wands and stabs now grant some increased damage with ailments from attacks. So all weapon passive skill clusters give increased damage with ailments from attacks. So if you give plus 4%, you know, melee damage with axes, it's now going to also add in some ailment bonus to that.
Oh hey, remember my Infernal Blow build, which didn't get the weapon elemental damage change?
Right.
That had like a little bit of weapon elemental damage. Now it's an attack, so you're still getting the damage. So like that's a big change to what's it called?
This is also a buff to my
Infernal
Cyclone
Blow.
build because I get those axe nodes and
Oh, by the way, Cyclone got a big buff. Look up Cyclone.
we're not there yet.
Just look it up.
We're only halfway.
Look up Cyclone.
Fixed a bug where stats with while stationary could erroneously stay active. Let's see. Cyclone's additional melee range now applies to unarmed attacks. Now also uses pathfinding. Its description has been updated. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's it. They missed a line. Cyclone now gives a called radius bonus for leveling it up, so you get a much bigger Cyclone.
Sweet. Yeah, that might
By like a lot.
might help.
Like by a lot. Like seriously, it's a big deal.
Okay. So increased damage with ailments from attacks for all weapon passive skill clusters. So anything that gives you added damage with weapons, this is
and now also gives added
ailments.
ailment
Yeah.
damage?
So
Nice.
they're kind of making it where you kind of want to get ailment damage in your build somehow, which my build already has, so whatever. Add a new keystone between Sign and the Shadow. Perfect Agony modifiers from Critical Strike Multiplier. Also apply to damage multiplier for ailments from critical strikes at 30% of their value. Okay, I don't care. It's like 3 levels of like math there for something.
God, there's too many changes. So many. I don't know what all these do.
Yep. Add a new keystone near the duelist, Crimson Dance. 50% less bleeding damage. Bleeding can be stacked up to 8 times. Bleeding extra damage while the target is moving. 8 times.
And then so it's if you hit if you hit 8 times total, right? Then it's going to be 8 times the damage, except that it's not because it's halved. So that's 4 times the damage. And they're always moving in your build, so instead of 4 times, it's half. So it's double damage. So twice the bleeding damage. Take that that thing.
No thanks. No thanks. It depends on how bleeding works actually. Like what the values are. It might be worth it.
Yeah.
Especially because I'm sure I'm going to be pathing right next to it. So.
Yeah, I think it's right there. I think you're like it's just single point.
Dirty Techniques near the duelist now specifically provides increases to bleeding and poison damage and chance, which I get. Dirty Techniques. Thank you. So it's not just damage over time. They're specifying the ailments that it increases. So you can't get it for Ignite. Some weird stuff. Added a new cluster near Duelist, which enhances bleeding and poison chance and damage. A notable named Dirty Techniques. New.
Oh god. Oh, look at that. Like, due to the change to shock and chill, look at all this shit. Oh my god. I don't even want to read all this. Oh, Ascendancy. This is way bigger. I actually know what these all are. Ooh, Pathfinder's Master Herbalist now grants 60% chance to poison.
Not there yet, man.
I'm just skipping all this other shit, man.
The passive skill tree stuff is worth looking at, I think, because that's
it's a big deal. But it's all ailment and all this other shit.
Sure. Cause bleeding, poison on hit.
Oh,
bleeding with attacks.
Here's something that might matter to you. Added a small cluster with a notable named Red Storm near Iron Grip. It improves bleeding damage and physical damage.
I path right next to that.
Sweet. So you probably get that node? I don't know. Depends.
Most likely. Master Fletcher, poison on hit with blah blah blah. New notable Back of the Shadows Claw Wheel, Poisonous Fangs. 100% chance poison on hit. Martial experience, 30% increased damage with bleeding. They're just doing a lot of bleed stuff.
Yeah, it's a whole fuckload of bleed and poison and general ailment changes. It's really hard to like judge all this shit, to be honest. There's so many changes in bleeds and poisons and blah blah blah.
The bloodletting cluster near the duelist has expanded to now specifically only increase damage with bleeding. Increase of damage with bleeding on the notable has been ... increased ... to 70% from 30%. They're like, there's a trend here. Increased. And the increased attack damage against bleeding enemies is now 40%, up from 25%. So even more. I never got that node, but
you will now.
Maybe it's worth it now. Most likely not. The build is refined in terms of where it goes. But if I take 2 extra points instead of the bandit stuff,
yeah,
or whatever it is, then maybe.
Point.
Fatal Toxin, because actually, I just realized because you're going to get the same number of skill points, Atreides. Necessarily, every build will have 2 more skill points. Because our builds always grabbed each one of the bandits.
Another thing to note is that there are now 1 fewer maximum charges of all types.
Yeah, but you know you have to deal with with what you have, right? So it's kind of
Right, right.
interesting.
But like any build focused on like, oh, the number of maximum
But the
endurance charges
reason
that you
I
have,
got those
all that.
endurance charges for my build at least was because I thought that it was better to get that charge than the a point. If I can't get the charge anyways, now I just have an extra point, and now I'm actually going to have 2 to 3 extra points in my build, which is pretty big because I'm almost it's almost perfect in terms of adjustments. So that for me, those 3 extra points, 3 to 4 extra points actually I should say, are going to be a big change. Like I already know where it goes. Although then I would have more itemization issues if I don't get the increase to
So I'm gonna skip the entire shock and chill thing, but
yeah, skip all
it's
that
just
ascendancy
changes
tree
to all that
balance.
shit.
That's worth going over a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Pathfinder, 60% chance to poison while using flask, no longer 100%. So I'm never doing Pathfinder for poisoning anymore. Tired of poison. Like I played it only a little bit. So like screw this.
Oh, that's so good. Juggernaut endurance charge
Wow,
gain on hit.
that's big.
That's big. That's so big. Fuck, that's so good.
Yeah, just sitting there like whatever.
Oh man, that makes me. Oh, that makes sense. Actually, that's not even a buff. The chieftain Tukohama thing. That's not a buff.
Totems reflect 15% of their life as fire damage nearby, up from 8%. Yeah, because
Because
it's a
almost
little
exactly. It's not a buff at all because they reduced all the life on totems by 45%. So this is just counteracting of that.
80. It is a buff. It's a small buff.
Very small buff. It's just like it's the closest thing they could have to
Yeah.
on parity.
Right.
So it's an extremely small buff, but it's basically the same thing.
Right.
I thought it was good, but then I realized.
Deadeye's powerful precision skill now grants projectiles pierce nearby enemies and increased crit chance. No longer grants chance to pierce. That solely drops based on distance or increased crit chance based on pierce chance. So that's been revised to be something a little bit more simple because that was just all a mess.
Inquisitor's Sanctify skill now grants a 30% chance to create a
Consecrated
consecrated
ground.
Blech.
As well on kill, both up from 25. I like that. That was one of the builds I used.
Yeah, the consecrated ground thing.
Yeah, I used that on my my Auro's Flicker, so it was great to have that everywhere. Pretty sure, yeah, I did use it on that because I didn't do crit.
So even better, Inquisitor. So that they're like changing Inquisitor to be more consecrated ground based.
Yep. Pious Path now grants 6% of maximum energy shield and mana regenerated per second while on consecrated ground, up from 4%. I do like that. That was
pretty good, actually.
That is. It's, ES might want to work ES into that kind of build.
Yeah.
More likely. Righteous Providence now grants 20% increased effect of non-damaging ailments, so shock and freeze. 20% increased effect. Nice.
Yep.
Hierophant's Sanctuary Thought, 30% of maximum mana. It's extra maximum energy shield up from 25%. Buff there as well.
Yep.
Pursuit of Faith, 6% increased damage per enemy killed by your totems recently, and 10% increased attack and cast speed while you have a totem. So buff there. Hierophant's Ritual Awakening grants 7% less damage per totem, down from 8%.
That's really big deal.
Very big deal. Each totem you put out there changes it from what you had, like 4 totems, 28 versus 32.
Yeah.
But it's per totem, so
yeah. So that gets multiplied.
Yeah.
So quite good.
Tricksters.
So it's multiplied and then multiplied.
Right.
That's good.
Like 16% more damage. Something like that.
Tricksters.
Patient Reaper skill now grants 70% increased recovery rate of life, mana, energy shield if you've killed an enemy affected by damage over time.
Oh,
from
that's
60.
There's lots of trickster. What's it called? Uh, Essence strain builds.
Yeah.
So, and the recovery I think is affected by the essence strain itself. So.
Right. Yeah, it would, but I don't like that kind of stuff. It's just weird. Like my life ES Scion was very solid. Really liked it.
Oh, look at that. Trickster, even more damage over time from power and frenzy charges.
Right. Got that one. Assassin's Toxic Delivery, 30% more damage with bleeding and poison, down from 100%. Big nerf, but they've balanced it, I'm sure. It's a numerical nerf, but probably relatively the same based on the changes. Assassin's Deadly Infusion no longer grants crit chance for power, grants extra power charge and +2 to critical strike chance while at maximum power charge.
Max.
That's great because that's +2% flat.
Yeah.
Which yeah, I like it. Commander of Darkness.
Ooh, get fucked, Necro support. Get fucked right in the butt.
30% increased attack speed to your allies, down from 5, and 30% increased damage for your allies' effective rate auras, instead of 10% increased damage for you and your allies per aura. Massive, just
oh my fucking god, get destroyed, get completely destroyed, Necro support. Like, hey, Necro support, hey, look at these aura changes. It's gonna be good again. Get fucked.
if you ran 10 auras, right? 10 auras used to be a 50% attack and cast speed and 100% increased damage. It's now 30% attack speed.
And that was multiplied by your aura effectiveness. So that was 160%.
Right.
Now it's going to be 45%, like 48%.
So literally cut in half.
Yeah, but you can run fewer auras that were unnecessary.
Yeah.
But that said, you're probably just going to want to run Guardian. Like, just run Guardian.
We'd have to take a look because we did the Gladiator one as well.
No, it was a Champion one.
Champion, yeah, that's what I meant.
Remember? Wait.
Duelist is what I meant.
Yeah, the Champion is 30% increased damage.
Right. The Champion one we calculated is probably higher than that, but.
But the other thing about it was that it was based on, I think, the legacy items.
Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Anis?
And I think it was like low life. It was like it was using shavs, which all of the low life shit got nerfed to the ground. So
I still maybe look at it because finding out something fun like that as a support. I remember seeing a post about it at one point where somebody was like discussing it as a support, and we definitely checked it out ourselves a little bit for a low life build, but for a life based, very super defensive.
Well, the other thing about why it was interesting as low life was that we had crazy amounts of armor, I think it was. Crazy amounts of armor, and we had an Aegis Aurora, so like you would have a high block and just never die. So what do we got now?
Anna says hi.
What's up?
What's up? Elementalist Beacon of Ruin skill that grants 20% increased effect of non-damaging elements, so that's good. Little extra bonus on that one, which I didn't find too good. So you get a little bit more.
The Ascendant has been heavily modified. Oh my god, all of this Ascendant shit. I don't even want to read this.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even want to read this.
We can skip.
This is too much.
The Ascendant is the Scion, and it's like has so many options. We'll just have to look at it on a skill tree later.
Oh wow, Slayer! You get the
Oh, now you want to look at it, huh?
No, so I was looking specifically for Slayer because Life Leech does not stop at full life on Ascendant, which is the biggest reason, in my opinion, to play Slayer. So you could, instead of playing Duelist, you could do Ascendant,
Scion,
Slayer, and then something else. Maybe like Gladiator, so you can have like heavy block or something like that.
Okay, let's see.
Nah, fuck this. I'll just read it once I can actually like read them, you know, on like Path of Building or something like that. It's too much.
Deadeye. Well, I was just gonna look at because I used Deadeye and something else for Ascendant for Essence Drain, which I think
Okay.
would be really good. So projectiles gain damage as they travel further, dealing up to 50% increased damage to targets, up from 30%. So buff. Deadeye 30% pierce chance has become plus 2 pierces, which is perfect. Like that's all you really need for
Yeah, that's really good.
to hit a boss with Essence Drain behind targets and
yeah, that's really good.
apply contagion, that kind of stuff. So that's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think what was the other one that I got? I got like
I've never heard of Black Squad, Anis. You might look it up. Let's see. Google Black Squad. It's not on Steam. I'm probably not going to care. Pasting Black Squad. Let's see. It is on Steam. Free to play. Came out like 4 days ago.
Are they doing no changes to the Ascendants? What's the Marauder Totem dude? Chieftain? I don't see any changes to that. Anyways. Very rare, you know, we'll see how that plays out.
It looks just like a Anis. This looks like a pretty standard COD type of first-person shooter.
A low poly FPS. COD FPS.
What?
We might be playing Path of Exile, Yanis. That's what we're streaming here. Some patch notes that have come out. So, all right, I'm gonna go over some quick stuff.
This looks like a pretty good free-to-play shooter, but
yeah,
I don't care about FPS almost at all. I played a little bit of Overwatch because I like the like class-based stuff like that because I find that interesting. But
they caught you with the MMO hook. That was not MMO at all. They got you with that. They got you with the MMO hook. Like, it's a class. No, you just.
But I think that it was actually interesting. Like I got, you know, I was like, oh, I want to play this guy, and it has a totally different play style than the other guys.
Right.
And it was a fun enough to play for a little bit, and it just got like dull after a while. But it's just like a military type shooter bores me.
So crabs change. Dreadwheel monsters can be found in the climb. Nice. Scarecrow monsters, oil fields. You've probably seen all these, but.
What are we talking about?
Monster balance. Dreadwheel monsters. The wheel skeletons.
Oh yeah. Those are interesting. I think they're in Act 1 now.
Touch of God.
Oh yeah.
Used by Dominus is more accurately the AoE visual. Thank you.
Oh, and there's a new weapon called like Dominus's hand or something like that. You can use Touch of God as an actual skill now.
Sweet.
Yeah, and it's decent.
He'll counsel harder. Monsters that are part of a prophecy. Level changes. Unique monsters immune to
more unique items from the Pale Council too.
Many unique monsters which were previously immune to ailments have had their immunities removed, with the exception of freeze. Notably, this includes several Beyond Demons, Atziri Trio, Atziri herself, Shaper and his Guardians, among others. So, can literally burn shit to death now, including Atziri. It's great.
And you can, certain things were immune to poison, so now they are no longer immune to poison. And they were immune to chill, so they're no longer immune to chill. And they were immune to shock, no longer immune to shock. Very nice. That was really fucking gay before. And I think the way that they changed all the shock and chill and all this other stuff makes a ton of sense as to how they changed that.
Big change here.
Yeah, I really like that change.
And a big change here next. Volatile Flame Blood, Ice Blood, and Stormblood Nemesis mods have been disabled and replaced with Volatile Core. Volatile Core monsters create an entity on death which pursues players until it explodes.
I've played with this, and that thing is scary as fuck. Like, it follows you around very, very quickly, but it's a much more fair mechanic. Like it's very, very obvious. It's very bright, and it's like this globular thing that like follows you around, and then it touches you. Once it touches you, it like goes da 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 and blows up. And it's really fast. Like both of those things are fast. It follows you very fast, and it like that da 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 da. But you can do something about it. You have a chance to react.
Right.
So it was a very good change. And the other thing about it is like, let's say you're a ranged character and you blow up like 10 volatiles at the same time. Before, who gives a single fuck, right?
Right. Right.
And now those things will just go like, "Hey guy, I'm coming at you." Like it's just really fucking
cool. Do you disable it by just like running through it, or?
Yeah, it's like 5 seconds of following you, so you can just outrun it.
And it eventually decays.
It eventually just like I think it eventually stops and then blows up on its own, or once it hits you.
So you could, for example, like I see two things happening. One is you could just go fast, keep going fast, but then you could also like, I could see what's his name, the hell is Ziz? I could see Ziz like looking at chat and a tired night and then dying because like 3 balls from off screen just come run into him. That's gonna be great.
The other thing I could see happening too is everyone is gonna pick the Brine King thing now. Oh god, they did this on purpose. They absolutely did this on purpose. They people are no longer gonna care about this mechanic. They're gonna think it's easy to deal with because they can have a way to counter it now. And they're going to pick the Brine King thing, right? Where you cannot be stunned multiple times. So they're no longer going to have freeze immunity, and they're no longer going to have stun immunity. And they're going to get frozen and stunned right as the fucking volatile ball is coming out their face. It's going to be beautiful, dude.
That's going to be intense. Beautiful. That's going to be like, oh, shit.
That will kill people. I
yeah. I can see that. That's great. That is great. Like, oh, I can't be stun locked. I can't be frozen locked. And like they're sitting there frozen for like, I guess it'll only last 2 seconds, but that 2 seconds is all you need.
Yeah.
Like frozen for 2 seconds, or I don't know if the freeze mechanic has been changed.
Freeze is the same thing as. Wait, is it? I don't know.
It's not the same as chill. I didn't see any freeze change actually.
Yeah.
I hear you, Anis. You know, you gotta be patient. Your high energy is, you know, we're too close to your sun, man. So bright and shiny. You're burning us.
We're also
with your caps.
We're also reading other things. Normally we're like playing a game where we can look over and read, but we're reading something else. I don't send my Discord to like almost anybody.
Yeah, you gotta get us up at least 500 subscribers before you get the Discord. Yeah, you get 500, man. I got you.
This Discord is like not just mine. I don't really want to.
Yeah, it's not a private. Like it's not.
We gotta like set up. We gotta set up like a separate Discord for like stream stuff.
Right.
We're gonna like be giving out the stream, which we might do.
Soon. Yeah, we could totally do it.
Yeah, and then we could just give it out and not care.
Yeah, we have like a locked channel for us to be in while we're streaming, and not everybody can come in, but we can get messages from people, and they can chat.
Either that, or I can set up something like that for this Discord.
And we can easily hop channels.
Everybody. I also like. I just need to get the like Discord admin stuff from this guy, and then I can set stuff up to be cool with this one.
Yeah. Well.
Even then, I don't. It would be hard to set up.
I would still set up a channel-based one, anyways. Eventually.
Yeah, I'd probably just set up a totally separate Discord. Which
You're
is
good,
gay,
Annis,
though. I really don't like to have multiple Discords. So I want everyone to be on the same one. But
I agree.
For streaming, I think it's necessary.
Yeah, you need your own little space, and then also
increase the life of evasion bosses. Why? Sorry, I just read.
Let's see. Banshee monsters in the crystal veins of Neen Shriekers. Damage dealt by lightning orb. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. Life of all invasion bosses by 50%.
Why?
I don't know. Bloodline
Bombs
mods.
Of chaos has been disabled. Why?
That's where they had the yeah, they had the little purple thing. It only affected non-CI builds,
and it was completely irrelevant though too.
Yeah.
Like even with like a non-CI build, I had negative 60%. I have never given a single fuck. Although that means that the other more scary Bloodlines mods will be common, so that's probably why they did that.
Yep, sounds good. Rose and Mudflats now enrage if you destroy their nest. Cool. That's a little extra pain and racing stuff. You're like, oh shit. Pale black
If
cards
we
sound
if
rage
we
when
do
below 75% health.
Annis,
Okay.
if we do a Discord, we're gonna set up our own Discord to have like control over all the things we want to control over. Because if we're gonna invite like people from the stream and stuff like that to the Discord, we have to have control over everything.
Yep.
So we're not gonna be joining any other Discords.
Plague
Anyway.
Wretch has returned from its blah blah. Anyways, I don't care. Slaying Hillock will guarantee that he drops a 3-socket, 3-color starter weapon for your class.
This is a change. So here's exactly why they did this, right, Vex? So before, that is what you always got at the very beginning of the game: 3-socket, 3-color, right?
Mhm.
So you can automatically always have the ability to do whatever you want with that particular weapon, guaranteed. And that is really important for racing, because that like levels out the playing field and makes certain things not super awkward. The way that they changed the weapon that you get at the very, very beginning of the game is that it is now a 2-socket item. Those are linked. And it teaches you the first thing that you kill, it gives you an item, like a skill gem. And the second thing that you kill, there's like another thing where you have to kill the first guy, and now you kill the second thing. There's like, they added another thing where it gives you a support gem. So now it's like, oh, you got a skill gem. Now link it with this support gem that we just gave you. So it teaches you how to do that. But that was a really big problem for races, because now you can't do certain things with that, like having every single class in the game have a red, green, and blue socket weapon was really important for certain things.
It's based on your class, yeah. Cool. Tormented spirits no longer possess hidden monsters. Okay.
What's a hidden monster?
Like breach stuff, maybe?
Oh, maybe a what's it called? Devourer.
Devourer.
So you don't have a devourer
just pop up
12 fucking
curse aura and
all
vulnerability.
These things come up on you and just smack you and instant kill you.
Yep.
It's not about you muting yourself, Annis. It's about us needing to have full control over everything involving a Discord.
Yeah.
Because like we could maybe join your Discord, but then we would need.
We would never stay permanent. Like
we'd never stay. We would like come out and say hi, and then we would leave, because we need to be on our own to do like
we'll get it working, man. Give it like another month. Everything will be good. I'll be in a new place. Internet will be good. I'll have Twitch going.
Discord.
We'll have some bots going.
Yeah.
Be good. Give it a month. All right, cool. Experience per monster has been slightly reduced to high levels, so nerfing experience again for racers.
Really? Why? Oh, for races.
Just it says at high levels, so I'm assuming like 90 plus. The average experience per monster has been slightly reduced. So, like, oh man, I've got to run 1,000 maps to get to level 100. Okay, now I got to run 1,100. You know?
Yeah. It's not gonna really matter. I don't think almost anybody.
So that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna run another 100.
They're just like, here's a extended stick with the carrot for the really high level racers.
Right.
Play the game a little bit longer, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great.
Plus, I think a good thing for them to do would be to extend the race to 100 out, like to make it last like 2 to 3 weeks. If you're just go mad crazy.
Oh, that's really good. The life of the tier 16 Guardians remains unchanged. That's like a really big deal, because if they had also like doubled the life of Guardians, like those fights were crazy because the life was so high. So not increasing the Guardian life pool is really good.
Got it.
But I don't know how I feel about the change of all the map boss life pool, because you don't get exactly that much like rewards from killing map bosses.
It just makes them stand out more, I think. You
Yeah,
know,
but that's
we
the
were
thing,
killing
is that
the
if
strand
the-
bosses so quick.
If the rewards stay the same, certain bosses you just be like, oh, the map's done. We've reached the boss room. Like that's it. You know, that you don't actually kill the boss.
Maybe. Again, I think the game kills you by keeping you engaged with the fight longer. Like when we're in a group, it's not because things hit harder. It's just that they have more chance to hit. So it's I think that's what they're doing. It's like if you just go in there and like one shot something, now you have to two shot it, and there's more chance for that boss to kill you. So playing glass cannon something. Anyways, I don't mind it too much.
Right.
Added new mods which can roll on all map tiers and prefixes. Solaris, Fanatics, Ghosts to inhabit the map. Cool.
So it's another like. Now it's a goat map. Like now it's a Solaris map or whatever.
Yeah. Breaches can now be encountered in 10% of maps by default. Sextant mod has been added. Ah, nice. Guarantees a breach and does not override the 10% chance. So you can.
So you could have two breaches on a 10% chance. Oh,
Yeah.
so that's good. It's not a Zana mod, so it's a.
So 1% of maps. Well, I don't know how much the Sextant will add. Well, it guarantees. So there is a 10% chance. Your Sextant gives what, 3?
Yeah, 3.
So
there's a. Yeah, so it's just, sextants are a bigger deal now for
getting breaches.
Breaches, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. It's 10% chance on those maps if you ran them all with the breach mod too, because you can shape it to like get it perfect, where like every time you sextant, it's gonna be the breach, or
well, no, there's
not every time,
like
but it'll be a handful of like 4 or 5, but you have a much better chance to get to force those. Shaper now prevents players from opening portals while fighting him.
What was that? Oh shit.
Ooh. Shaper now prevents players from
sell.
opening portals while fighting him. You can sell, because you can go into the fight straight up, but you have to do the whole fight in one run.
Wait, I don't understand.
You cannot open a portal to leave the fight while fighting him. I love this change. It's just like, people are like, what the fuck? I use all 6 to clear the one like to when he starts doing his chaos storm.
So you can't portal out, but you can just disconnect the game. And you would be back in your thing.
No.
You can still portal in.
No. That's not how it works.
Okay, what then?
So when you're fighting Shaper, normally you can rejoin straight back into the Shaper area because you dropped the portal in.
Right.
This way, if you disconnect, you have to go through the entire zone to get back to him.
No, because you can drop a portal right outside the actual shape.
I guess.
I don't know what this changes, honestly.
The grace period when re-entering the Shaper encounter mid-fight has been reduced to 3 seconds. So, yeah, I don't know exactly, but it seems like they're making it harder to just like dip out in the middle of.
Yeah, dip out, dip back in.
Yeah. And they're giving Zana more life, so she won't die as quick. Seems fair. I think it's good. All the people that are cheesing the fight, like that's what they're combating.
They're using all 6 portals, or they're selling the portals.
Hydra teleport shot has been increased. So a little longer. Some more stuff. Overgrown Ruin, I think this one. The boss room's orientation was in flip. Thank God.
It was really annoying before?
It's like a tiny little fucking circle, then it goes down to the right. So this is going to be up to the left, so you can actually see what's going on when you go in, and you can move a lot better.
Bosses did move further back into the room.
Which is whatever. It moves around a lot. It's different bosses, but the one I got has the chaos damage slow slimes that move towards you. They have like a chaos damage searing bond totem link, and like massive damage and just ridiculous slow moving. So if the boss is near those things, like you can't, like if you stand in them for 3 to 5 seconds, you're totally dead, no matter how much you're leeching life, whatever. So anyways, Armory now has its own secret chest instead of using the labyrinths. So, oh, never mind. Just a new graphics for the Armory. different chest for the hidden chest or secret chest.
Like I said, Ennis, we're just reading this stuff here. Dexis, tell me when the Discord. Yeah, we'll tell you when the Discord's up. We'll tell everybody when the Discord's up.
Yep. It'll be the first one.
Sounds good.
You'll have your own channel. It'll be
Yeah,
called
yep.
AFK Mute. No.
No.
We'll send people into your channel all the time. No, I'm just kidding. Just the patience man. Patience. All right. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. Blah blah.
I'm assuming that all these.
Just map changes here.
Yeah.
More
Grandmasters. Fucking hell.
Zana League mods available. Onslaught, Bloodlines, Beyond, Ambush, Parandus. Getting Parandus again. Nemesis, Breach for 6 Chaos Orbs. Area contains 2 extra breaches. Hell yeah.
2 extra breaches? So you could have 3 breaches?
You get a 4.
Oh god.
If you get the 10%.
So yeah. Wow, level 8 though for breach. They fucking know what's up.
Yeah, they know what's up.
They know what's up.
That's great.
Fucking 8. Fucking god damn it, that's so hard.
And the price is like top. They're like, Parandus? Yeah, we know Parandus. Fuck the, it's only 4 Chaos Orbs. Breach though, that's where the money's at. Put it all the way up top. Yeah, because the whole league, I never got my Zana to 8. Got her like halfway to 8 or 75% to 8. So.
But now you can't get double, like you can't get like 3 breaches and double blood or double beyond and stuff. You have to choose.
Yeah, which is fine.
I think people will choose breach.
I like the breach stuff. It's really good. They did a really good job.
Just crash. Yeah, the stream has been crashing a lot. Like it's really bad. This is why we're not on Twitch, by the way, Ennis.
Yeah.
I heard you ask earlier.
Got tons of packetloss, so.
Yeah. Dude's coming out tomorrow.
Today.
Like in a couple hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours, yeah. Skills linked to cast while channeling now do 70% less damage PvP. Scorching Ray now assumes a cast time of 4 seconds for calculating damage in PvP, down from 30 seconds. This will result in significantly reduced damage in PvP because it was like 1 shot and you're dead. So yeah. World balance, waypoint, blah blah blah. Prophecies, Vault side area, bug fixes. Not really too interested in that. Is there anything stands out? I'm just gonna skim.
Has been added to level 1. Moved. Okay, yeah. I think the waypoint in Chamber of Sins level 2 going to Chamber of Sins level 1 makes a fuck ton of sense. I don't know what Marcus the Defaced is. I think that's the that like unique looking what's it called? Statue that comes alive.
Yeah.
In the place. I think that's what that is. Oh yeah, I saw this. The Blackguards and Ribbons in the Battlefronts now fight each other. You see like huge battles and stuff going on. It's kind of cool.
Sweet. Bug. I'm just trying to see if there's anything.
Oh, several prophecies have been updated to work with monsters introduced in Fall of Oriath. I think that there's like that some of the monsters come back. Like I know that the 3 like Malachi mini bosses come back.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably have to defeat those second ones as opposed to the first ones.
Got it.
Fuck, so many bug fixes. I don't even think we care.
No, I'm just scanning to see if there's anything that I am interested in. If you see anything you want to point out.
Fix a bug where removing Headhunter would not remove the bus being granted by Headhunter. I'm sure people did the fuck out of that.
Yep.
Fix the bug that prevented Tolman from screaming when entering crematorium. Thank you. Like, you have to have that blood-curdling scream when you enter.
Don't see anything else. Skills would not damage. Okay. We did it.
5 hours later.
Damn. 5 hours. Holy moly. Wow, we did. We made it through. I'm surprised. That's great.
Yeah.
Looking awesome. I am done. I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones until this internet guy comes. I got 2 episodes to go. Oh my goodness. Well, Anis, thanks for stopping by. Let's see, do we have anybody else here? Do we have anybody else?
I think everybody
Maybe
else
like
slowly
one other
gets out.
person, but yeah.
Everyone's like, this is boring as fuck.
Boring as fuck. Deal with it. Anis is here. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. But thanks for watching, and yeah, we're gonna stop the stream now. This is just going over Path of Exile 3.0. It's coming out Friday. We're probably gonna be playing it, and probably have a big group going. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Probably, definitely stream if we're playing. So check it out then. In the meantime, be streaming more Worlds Adrift tomorrow, and the next day.
Yeah, probably won't be on Thursday.
Right, not Thursday, but I'll still be on. Just But all right, see you guys later. Bye bye. Good night.